You are Mayor. I'll go live now.
All right, now.
We're live.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order and I'll call for the adoption of the agenda of the 63rd meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Grant, seconded by Councillor Palmer. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm against. Okay. So, the mayor, Councillor Pomeroy, Councillor Cran, Councillor Vicky, and Councillor Vice-President voted in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda, and Councillor Pomeroy has voted against it. So it's carried. Next we go through delegations. Okay, Mr. Saunders?
Just good afternoon there, Mr. Mayor, and am I live now?
You will be, but
He is live.
Councillor Vicky will read the regulations regarding the delegation first, so.
Sure,
Take
thank
2
you.
minutes, okay?
Okay, the public council meeting delegation policy statement. In accordance to creating friendly approaching environment for delegates to meet with the council, it is recommended that the public have Valley-Goose Bay 1. Notify town manager or his designate of their intention at least 30 minutes before the meeting, provide their main contact information, and make it known of the issues they wish to convey, so the town manager may present it to the attention of the mayor or council member before the council meeting begins. The mayor and council has the right to limit the speaker number of delegates presentation before each council meeting. 2, at the time of notification, delegates given 10 minutes maximum to discuss their concerns or issues. After the presentation, the mayor and council members may ask questions or make comments on the information presented. 3, in consideration of waiting for council meeting, delegates may wish to bring forth their issues, concerns, and written requests that includes subsequent presentation, name and contact information for either the mayor, council member, or town manager to respond by letter. 12, council encourages the public to meet with the mayor and council member to bring their concerns or issues, while at the same time we ask that you be respectful when presenting your issues or concerns in a friendly tone and environment to express on any town topic of discussion or concern.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, you're free to go with your presentation.
Okay, I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Deputy Mayor, and councillors. Thank you very much for letting me have a speak here today. I have a few concerns here to town councillors that I made to address. I know under number 2 bylaw here, I have maximum 10 minutes. If I may be allowed a bit of grace, if I had to see fit that 10 minutes is sufficient, I'll go to the next town council meeting. Hopefully I'll get it done before then. But anyway, in the meantime, councillors and mayor and deputy mayor, there was a report put on CBC radio, I believe it was July the 8th, and that was regarding the hiring of a law enforcement bylaw person here in the town of Valley-Goose Bay. When that statement came out from CBC, I specifically emailed all councillors and asked for a response. Is this the town's response? What is their response? I thank you very kindly, Mr. Mayor, for responding back to me, saying that you were on the call. I really appreciate that. I thank very much of Jackie Compton Hobbs for emailing me and saying that they haven't discussed it yet. And I thank very kindly Mr. Bert Pomeroy for saying that we will be checking into it. So I'm just waiting for a response back from that here regarding your policy of the radio report that was put out on July 8th on CBC regarding your hiring. And that comes to my second point here now, Mr. Mayor and councillors. On July 10th, your PR person put out a statement on the town webpage regarding harassment and discrimination. I fully understand that, and I fully appreciate that the town council is a very diligent place for anyone to work. They're not to be discriminated or harassed. In saying that, don't matter who they are or what department they're in, I'm hoping they go to the proper channels and deal with it. In saying that, I must say, if you see anyone in any department or wherever, maybe it unionized or non-unionized, if you see anyone being harassed or discrimination, they got the right to go to the proper procedures. And now this blew out of proportion. It got in social media, and it got really bad. People were pointing fingers. I never seen it so low in my community that people are calling people names on social media. It's very disgraceful. And I don't think the town, if they had put up that media statement on July 10th, was council aware of it, and it was town manager aware of it. Because I have to say one thing here. As we all know in this province here, we had 2 cabinet ministers were dismissed from cabinet. One was our own MHA, Terry Tripper, was dismissed from the cabinet, in cabinet. He's still in cabinet, but his ministerial duties are gone. We had people kicked out of their parties. We have people in Ottawa, federal politicians that were expelled, and then we have this going on here on social media, whether it be Twitter or Facebook account, anything social media. And that brings me to the point of October 17th, there was a media report put in on social media regarding the town bylaw person and the individual that was seen down at Causeway Park. I did have to email the PR person, and thank you very kindly for responding back to me. And which he told me they do not have no property on there, and that is out of the town jurisdiction. So I said, okay, thank you very kindly. And that's where I laid it. But in the meantime, on VOCM on October 19th, it was reported on VOCM National News that the town of Happy Valley had contacted the RCMP to investigate their harassment. So whoever's putting this PR stuff out, I did contact RCMP. I went on their social media to their Facebook account. I went on their Twitter account. I went on to their Newfoundland and Labrador account. I went on their national account, and there was no such thing put out. So lo and behold, the next day I phoned VOCM, Terry Hodder, the news director program. I said, what's going on here? Like, there's something not adding up here. And the exact words that came out of Terry Hodder was this statement came from the town hall of Valley-Goose Bay. So someone is intimidating the RCMP for putting out statements on behalf of the RCMP. That is a criminal offense. So I really, really think that you people have to look at something going on here. Because there's something so seriously issues going on here. And that's what really, really upsets me. And you do have a policy of number 008, that's for your policy record of complaints too. That was issued October 30th, 2000. It was revised December 17th, 2013. Either it's an individual or management who's complaining. They have a proper procedure to go through. They don't go on social media. I mean, this is a very serious offense here. And I personally think that the town hall of Happy Valley-Goose Bay should, if they're going to put a statement to people who's harassing and bullying people, go by all means the proper procedure and go about it, have them charged or whatever. But you don't go on social media. You don't see this going on in the other communities. We have Mount Pearl. We just had 2 councillors had to step down. We just had a mayor who stepped down on social media, on Facebook stuff going on. So there's something serious going on here. I think you people really, really have to look at it. And that's it for the PR. But I have one more concern. I emailed some of the councils, yes, I thank you very kindly, the ones that did respond, and to the town manager. I emailed him, and I could never be a response back. I asked for, would you please receive this email, would you please email me back? I don't know if your email system is broke, by all means, if it is, please forgive me, I fully understand, things do break down. But that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council, and to the general public. I thank you very, very kindly, and I really seriously think that you have to look at this here, because I think for this past month or so, a lot of stuff got out on social media and grown out of proportion, and it don't look good on behalf of the town. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. And,
Mr. Mayor, I didn't ask you a
will,
question.
just
I know
like
we don't
to,
debate, but I'd like to ask you a question. What committee is this gonna fall under? It needs to fall under some committee is concerned.
Second, please, I respect all people when they want to speak, so I'll ask the council if I was speaking. So, Mr. Saunders, I can tell you, normally we don't get into a discussion with the delegation.
Yes, sir, I understand.
But with regard to the acquisitions that was made on CEVC,
Yeah.
it will become public knowledge that
Yeah.
we have called for a full investigation into the harboring practices. And basically, one of the biggest reasons why that came from our staff, because there was things out there that were said of some very strong words. But that is, we're in the process of getting an independent company to investigate the harboring practices, and in particular the last 3 or 4 jobs that came out, and that will be looked into. I'm not aware of any statement coming from council talking about harassment, so I'll ask every member of council, do anyone here have any knowledge of the town or anyone notifying VOCM of harassment claims as Mr. Saunders?
I don't know of any, no. Mr. Saunders had mentioned to me that there was a post on VOCM that had apparently disappeared at some point, and that he was very concerned with, and bring it to council, and I guess that's what he's talking about here.
Mr. Saunders, Jack here, never heard of him until you just mentioned it then. No, I didn't hear of it either.
But what we will, we will look at it, and I will advise our staff to get a hold of VOCM, and we need to know where that complaint come from. Because
Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Councilors, I do have a snapshot of where VOCM did put it out. So this went national in the province, provincially, right? So I have no problem showing anyone at all. I have it here, and you're welcome to look at it, I got nothing to hide. I only just want to know, what's going on, because you can't have statements going out saying the RCMP is investigating harassment and bullying charges here in Happy Valley-Goose Bay, and if Kerry Hodder, the news program director, or maybe they made a mistake. I don't know. I asked her, Mrs. Hodder, when I called her, she said that came from the town council of Happy Valley-Goose Bay.
Okay, I'll ask the people who puts out a public service announcement or any press release that comes from council, and or if it's really, if there's something we do, I speak to it, or I'll ask the chair of the committee to speak if it's something regarding the committee that they chair.
Yes, I understand.
Our public relation officer is Will Williams. Do you have any knowledge of any public service announcement or thing going to VOCM?
Nothing, Your Worship.
On behalf of the town?
And further to that, I can assure council and those listening, I've received no media requests from VOCM or any other media outlet for that matter on the topic of harassment in the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. Now, I haven't seen that post, but Mr. Saunders, I would love, if you have a screenshot, I would love to have that, because I will make contact with VOCM.
This is the town manager. I'm going to be out of town tomorrow for a day, but when I come back, I'll be glad to come and see you.
Thank you.
But further to that, I mean, regardless of what Mr. Saunders said, the VOCM said that it came from the town, and as every member of the council should be on aware, then certainly I think this is something that we should turn over to the RCMP.
So I want to say, for record, I'm not aware of this thing either.
Okay, so that's, what your other concern, Mr. Saunders, was, I'm sorry I missed it.
That was regarding some emails. I just, basically, I emailed some counselors, some did respond and others didn't, so I don't know if their email system is working, or their email is working or not. I mean, I don't know if it works or don't. You know, I'm not into the electronics or that department, or, you know.
Okay, all right, and as I said, we don't normally get into a discussion, but at least speak to us, so I will give, to be fair to the rest of the council, I did speak to certain issues, and if there's any councillor who wants to ask you a question or make a comment to you, they're free to do so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I just wanted to make one clarification, Mr. Saunders. You referenced you mentioned you said October 17th, October 19th. I'm assuming you meant July?
Bert, I just said, I believe you said something about October 17th or 18th. That was regarding on social media of the, I guess it would be the bylaw person, and I believe, now I could be correcting, it might have been the fire chief, might have been down in Gosford Park discussing something. I
don't think that was in October. I believe that was like within the last month or so, right?
Yes, I might have said October. Please forgive me.
Okay.
I might have said July. Please forgive me. This all happened within the last month.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Please, forgive me. I made a mistake.
Are there, council, got any further comments or questions for Mr. Saunders?
Just Mr. Saunders, Jackie again, I'm going to speak for everybody, because as far as I know, everybody's email works. So if someone chooses not to respond, I guess that's a personal decision they made themselves, to my knowledge.
The emails, Robert, did you receive emails from Mr. Saunders?
There was an email that came in from Mr. Saunders regarding his request to speak as a delegate today, and that was addressed to myself and our executive assistant. And our executive assistant did provide a reply to that message, which was outlining actually the protocols for today, call-in versus in-person meetings. If there is another email that Mr. Saunders is referring to, I'm not aware of that, but if you'd like to share that and let me know, I can certainly go back and recheck.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. I did have a reply back from Kathleen. She's been very helpful. I've been emailing her back and forth, and she's been very helpful.
Okay, if you will be looked into, Curtis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You guys have a great day.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, your worship. Next up is Jamie Hess.
Hello?
Hi, we're looking for Jamie McClellan?
Addis.
Addis.
Addis, yes, sorry. Jamie, Mayor Anderson, you're free to go with your part from your delegation for the council meeting this evening.
Okay.
Sorry,
Everybody hear me well?
Just before we go that, there's a bylaw that we need that council debate will read out. We'll take about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Public council meeting delegation policy statement. In accordance with creating a friendly approach and requirement for delegates to meet the council, it is recommended that public about Valley-Goose Bay, 1, notify the town manager or his designate of their intention at least 30 minutes before the meeting, provide their name and contact information, and make it known of the issue that they wish to convey so that the town manager may present it to the attention of the mayor and council members before the council meeting begins. The mayor and council has the right to limit the speaking number of delegates present before each council meeting. 2, at the the time of the notification, delegates given 10 minutes maximum to discuss their concerns or issues. After the presentation, the mayor and council members may ask questions or make comments on the information presented. 3. In consideration for the length of council meeting, delegates may wish to bring forth their issues or concerns in a written request that includes the subject of the presentation, name, and contact information for either mayor, council member, or town manager to respond by letter. The 12th council encourages the public to meet with the mayor and council members to bring their concerns and issues, while at the same time we ask that you be respectful when presenting your issues or concerns in a friendly tone and environment that confers on any of the town's topic of discussion or concerns.
Okay, Mr. Evans, you're free to go.
Okay, how's the audio? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Anderson and elected council members. My name is Jamie Addis. I live at 32 Lyle Street in Happy Valley-Goose Bay. Speaking here today to address concerns I have over how the town council has handled the planning and development regarding the upcoming town drive extension. In February 2020, residents adjacent to the new extension were notified in writing of the plans regarding this new road placement. Since this time, we have been raising awareness and addressing concerns relating to how this road will affect our neighborhood and the community of Happy Valley-Goose Bay as a whole. We have researched and studied council-sanctioned documents such as the new 10-year development plan and land use studies, specifically the 2012 land use study for the area north of Lyle and Plain Streets. There is a municipal stewardship agreement mandating the promotion and importance of natural green areas and communities. The town is a member in this stewardship agreement. We have also compared our town development strategies to other communities similar in size, such as Fort Newfoundland. In other communities and municipalities around our country, there is evidence readily available about the importance of green spaces regarding positive impacts on mental health, physical health, recreation, and overall wellness. Our town has acknowledged this evidence and is using this approach for how our town should develop and organize its infrastructure going forward on paper. Regarding our new 10-year development plan, the town has sanctioned, consulted, and invested heavily to create a 10-year plan that is a very green vision for how our town should be developed. We are also currently spending large sums of money on trail sites. The town is taking all the boxes on paper to give the impression that we are trying to grow and move forward with a green environmental vision. However, I'm here today making this address because for the last 5 months, residents have been politely and diplomatically suggesting that the town considers an alternative option for this road. One that will align more appropriately with its stated vision and with the planning and consulting we have invested in. We have gathered 478 signatures of people who agree with our view and have presented them here for you today. We have hosted a rally which had 50 to 60 residents turn out during working hours in a pandemic to show their support for this cause. I sent council a list of Facebook threads and a hashtag campaign that shows the outpouring of favorable comments and posts regarding what we are suggesting. I'm here again today and have only been asking all along that the town merely considers an alternative option. Our concern group has even gone as far as to offer to pay for the $1,750 fee to have the associated costing and drawings for this other option prepared. We are only asking council to weigh the merits of their current plan against the one that 478 signatures believe will promote our community more appropriately. Our option has a road moved a parallel distance between 5 meters and 15 meters further north. There is a beautiful 1 kilometer trail parallel to this road option that can be preserved. This trail could exist as infrastructure for the start of a community access trail. This would alleviate off-road traffic from Kellen Drive. It would aid in dust mitigation problems. It would provide recreational access. It would promote mental and physical health. And it would very plainly put, make this new road installation less of an eyesore than the current placement. If this is an arterial access road as stated, why is it okay to place it so close in proximity to numerous houses without an appropriate buffer in place? At this point, the town has only debated over lines on paper and financial figures. I don't believe you have considered what the area of town currently looks like, or how to install new developments that enhance our community and incorporate the natural existing infrastructure that
you to please give this some consideration, and I appreciate your time here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Okay,
Jamie, Mayor?
I'm still here.
Jamie's Councillor Compton Hobbs, I just want to bring to your attention that I feel you just wasted your breath, because we found out, 45 minutes ago, there's a motion coming to the table tonight on, county extension for option 2. So, I'm going to get into it further when we get to the motion, but I just want you, as a councillor, I feel that you just wasted your time and hours by speaking, because the decision is already made to bring a motion forward tonight. So all the energy and time you put in to try to communicate with the council has gone on deaf ears, in my opinion.
I'd like to speak as well. I'm going to correct you on one thing, Jamie. There were 57 residents that showed up in front of the town office to voice their support of looking at the other option. I'm also disappointed is an understatement to find out less than an hour before a meeting that there's a motion being put to the table. I've already said on numerous occasions that the town dropped the ball on this. And I have to agree with Councillor Compton Hobbs. I think you just wasted your breath.
Yeah, I felt disappointed through this whole process. I feel like we've done this very respectfully, very diligently. We provided evidence. We haven't gotten into any negative things that we've tried to promote on Facebook. It's been very positive. We've had a lot of support. And I just feel like if we've only been asking to just have a consideration looked at, we're not yelling and screaming, don't do a road or do it differently. We're just saying, get the accurate, informed information, and then weigh the merits of if there's an added cost, how much is it? Weigh it against what that cost savings would be. Vote on either of them, whichever one the town feels holds the most merit once you have all the information, and then it'll be supported. I've stated that in email. I said that, I think we should entertain two. One that residents feel is more appropriate, will bear the cost of providing the information for it. And then, once you make your decision with all the informed information, then I would support the decision. But, it seems like it's been falling on deaf ears.
Jamie, Mayor Anderson, we went with the options that was presented to the council some time ago. There's 5 options. At that time, 5 of the 6 councillors said I'll go with option 2. One councillor said, I'm undecided. So, but from that meeting and even leading up to the last meeting we had with the delegation of some of your people, that we made it clear that council was going with option number 2. And I can only speak for myself. I know that you're not going to be happy with it, but we're doing this, and I can only speak for myself. I'm doing this in the best interest of the taxpayers of our community.
So if every resident in the community had come out in support of changing this, would you still not change your mind?
Jamie, I can, and again, I'm not going to give you an argument, but I can tell you, and maybe I should do it, but I can tell you, I've been gone for the last week, but every day out in this community, I can tell you honestly, that I've had more people say to me, the road's got to go through than what people have said, we got to change it.
And that goes both ways, Jamie.
Well, the names that you've given me, 3 of them showed up at our protest, with different views from what you conveyed to me. And as well, when I presented my petition at our last public consultation, you gave the impression that somebody called you and said that I intimidated them at their door, yet I presented an online petition and I didn't do any door-to-door live. So I don't know where the information comes from. We have facts and figures, we have signatures and names that we're producing, yet we're just receiving anecdotal evidence about support for the road as is. It's disappointing. I don't think it's good democracy.
Jamie, just to add on to that point too, obviously Wally is not, the mayor is not speaking to the people that we're speaking to, because I've spoken to several people too who, everybody supports the extension, but they'd like to see it move back. So, anyway, I think we should have a better discussion on that when it comes to that point.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing you, Jackie.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Tune into YouTube.
And,
Okay.
and I'll say this, and I'll agree with Councillor Compton Hobbs 100%. Jamie, when she said, obviously, she's not talking, I'm not talking to the people that she's talking to, and I'll say this in all honesty, she's not talking to the people that I'm talking to. You know,
Well, Wally, who was the person that you were talking to that said that I intimidated them at their door with a petition? I would like to know that, because I feel like that's almost slander there, that you're saying that I intimidated somebody at their door in a public meeting, yet my petition was all online.
I don't think, when, I'll go back and check the tape, but I don't think I used the word intimidation. What was said to me that they said that they signed a petition because there's a young fellow going around with a petition.
Door to door.
Yeah, door to door, and that's what was said to me by two residents. I didn't use the word, and it's on tape, I can certainly go back. I don't think I used the word intimidation, but I said that there was some people said they signed the petition because there was a young person going around with a petition.
Well, if you're insinuating that they signed the petition unwillingly because I was in their door, then to me that sounds like you're referring on as intimidation. And Wally, again, it was an online petition circulated only online. So if you spoke with two residents who said I came to their doors, I didn't go to doors, it was an online petition. So, I mean, I don't understand, you guys speak to everybody, you say, yet when you give us evidence, it doesn't sound true.
Anyway, Jamie, look, where option 2 is gonna cost the taxpayers of our community well over $100,000. And, we went from, a buffer of 3 meters, to 14 meters.
And how much did the first option cost that we were presented at our door in February?
I don't have.
Your worship, during our, when we debate the motion, if we're not debating the motion during the delegations, that's not the procedure.
I wonder who the mayor is here, Jamie?
What's that?
I am the mayor, Jamie.
Yeah, so you don't take direction from the deputy mayor.
The deputy is making a point, and can you just say it again?
It's just a point of order. The delegations are not a place to debate issues. The issue will come forward in a motion brought forward to the floor for debate and discussion.
Just
I don't think we're debating, I think we're just disputing facts, and information.
point of order, we better be consistent on that line.
But anyway, Jamie, I weighed out the options, and I know it's not the decision that you and the other people want, but I've given it every consideration and taken into account the expenses, and as I said, we moved from Councillor made it clear, and even 2 months ago, that we were in favor of going with option 2. And that was moved from 3 meters to 14 meters, and it will cost us, I think, roughly well over $100,000.
We also made a decision that we would consult with the residents, and that didn't happen either.
Drop the ball again.
Yeah, a lot of things were said that were followed through it. Seems to me something very consistent with this council.
I intervene that we're over 10 minutes, presentation here.
But we'll give him more time if he wants anything else to add. But, you know, like Jamie, again, I'll speak for myself, and, I've weighed the options, and I'm going to be in favor of option 2. The rest of the council will have the opportunity to vote as they see fit. I'm not going to go there and try and persuade anyone to vote for or against it. Everyone can make up their own mind, and I can tell you, I have not asked any councillor to come out here and to support me and I want you to vote for option 2. I haven't done that. I don't do it. And they can speak for themselves.
Okay, well, it sounds like everything's said and done with regards to Wally. I hope the other councillors can kind of see the information that's being presented and at least look at the option that residents are willing to pay for. I mean, we don't know how much it's going to cost. We've heard figures. I've seen figures of $450,000, $300,000, $200,000. Now we're just saying, well, let's just move the road just slightly above the trail to try and preserve the trail and give it a bit more of a buffer. Council has stated the intent that they, in the letter that I received in February, that 30 meters would be an extra buffer, yet they could only provide 3 meters. So they were going to install a sound barrier and a sound fence to mitigate that. That was never conveyed in the release that they put online. When we had our public consultation in March, that option was $80,000. So when I was approached February 20th, which the town's press release referred to as early February, and I was given till February 24th, 4 days to provide the input, the option that was presented to me with engineering diagrams was already $8,000 over budget, which was stated in our public consultation in March. None of that information was relayed to the residents of the community accurately. And I feel like our concerns are very valid, and the ones coming from the town at times seem very misleading. So it's frustrating to deal with this council here. I look forward to an election next year. And I'll leave it at that. And I hope the other councillors can at least consider what we're discussing here today.
Jamie,
And be rational.
I just wanted to add one thing, Jamie, thank you for calling. I'm glad you called in to record this, because when there is issues, if this motion is passed tonight, and there are issues and the community speaks out, at least it's recorded here tonight, and you can say that you tried to speak up and you felt it was on deaf ears.
Yeah, I find it very disappointing where there's other concerns going on in town right now, and they're being shared and spoken about very negatively on Facebook. Ours has been very informative and polite, and we haven't been in this slander game or like yelling or screaming, and we've done a petition and had a protest, yet everything is still falling on deaf ears. So I'd like to know what council suggests residents should do when they're upset and want to be heard. Because right now it seems like there's no way to be heard.
Well, thank you, Jamie, and the last thing I'll say is this, that I'm glad it's recorded, because I'm speaking as I see it. And at the end of the day, if there's a mistake, I can tell you one thing. I do admit to my mistakes. I do admit to my mistakes. And if there's a mistake made here, then I will be the first one to admit it. But I pondered this over, and the decision I've come to, not easy, not likely, but I'm doing this for me. The decision I make is in the best interest of the town of Valley-Goose Bay and the taxpayers.
Okay, and respectfully, Wally, I feel like you're making an uninformed decision because we're not even giving another alternative the chance to have some merit. And once, if it is a mistake and you'll admit this mistake, it'll be too late and we'll never be able to reposition this road. And it's a big piece of infrastructure. It's a kilometer of road. It's not something like, down the road we can say, well, let's put a sidewalk down this street, or let's repave this street. We'll never be able to reposition this road. And when we talk about finances and we say things like, I'm not going to raise taxes, I mean, it's unfortunate that the only alternative that we can think of when we're trying to be creative about how to raise money is raising taxes. It's unfortunate that when we use that to say, I'm not going to raise people's taxes to provide a trail in somebody's backyard, it's a belittling comment, because it's similar to saying, if somebody were to use the argument, well, I want a sidewalk on my street, you could then turn to that resident and say, well, I'm not going to raise taxes so you can have sidewalks on your street. Or I'm not going to raise taxes so you can have a safe area to walk your kids or walk your family around our roads. It's the exact same argument. And I don't even think any options have been considered for how to fund this with whatever costs will be over budget. I mean, residents can start a GoFundMe page, we can fundraise, we can do different initiatives, we can look at repurposing certain funds. It doesn't seem like anything has been done for Lakewood to provide that, other than the argument that taxes would have to be raised, which I just feel is I feel it's a cop-out personally. future record, because we need a bit more transparency and a bit more legwork being done by our councillors. And that's it for today for me.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jason.
Next mayor is Christina Backup.
Who is it?
Christina Backup.
Okay. Hi, Christine, Mayor Anderson, we're here to hear your presentation. And just before we do that, Councillor Deutsch will read out the protocol for a delegation. Councillor Beatty.
Public council meeting delegation, public policy statement. In accordance with the friendly approach requirement for delegates meet the council, it is recommended that the public have Valley-Goose Bay 1, notify the town manager or his designate of their intention at least 30 minutes before the meeting, provide their name and contact information, and make it known that the issue that we wish to face that the town manager may present it to the attention of the mayor and council members before the council meeting begins. The mayor and council has right to limit the number of delegates presentation before each council meeting. 2, at the time of the notification, delegates given 10 minutes maximum to discuss their concerns or issues. After presentation, the mayor and council members may ask questions or make comments on the information presented. 3, in consideration for the length of council meetings, delegates may wish to bring forth their issues and concerns in a written request. That includes subject of the presentation, name, contact information for either the mayor, council member, or town manager to respond by a letter. While the council encourages public to meet with the mayor and council members to bring their concerns and issues, while at the same time we ask that you be respectful with presenting your issue or concerns in a friendly tone and environment to first on any of the town's topic of discussion or concerns.
Okay, we're here to listen to your presentation.
Perfect, thank you. So I have been following along. I just heard Jamie speak, so I just wanted to state that I am a little bit concerned before I move forward with my presentation that council was aware that there was going to be some dialogue on this issue. I submitted the letter last week regarding my concerns, and they still brought forward a vote for this extension, so that's a little bit concerning, knowing that there was going to be some discussion had on this, and it seemed like maybe it wasn't going to be heard. So I wanted to first thank council for allowing me to speak today. As I just stated, I submitted a letter last week to be included in the July package. However, I felt it was also important to take the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christina Baghoff, and I reside on a property that was borders this road extension. I built my home 3 years ago with my 3 young children, and I plan on living here for many years to come. As I've stated numerous times to council, I have been very frustrated with how this information has been provided and very frustrated with the communication. However, I wanted to use this opportunity to reiterate this concern and instead of rehashing the past. I wanted to once again start by discussing the negative impact this road will have on the property of borders. I believe council is well aware of the concerns from residents who have fast roadways built near their homes. It is known to not be a good practice, so I do not understand why council would continue to build roads in this way. This road will be a main road for transport trucks and residents, and one that I support. However, with extreme close distance to the properties on Lyons Lane, this brings the issue of noise, lighting to our properties, as well as the concern of sand and dust. With the addition of this fast roadway so close to my property, there will be a tremendously negative impact on my property value. I will be seeking a reassessment on my property value because of this. The town generates great revenue from property tax, so the town should take into account how decreasing property values will decrease the property tax the town will generate. In addition to the negative effects the properties this extension will border, there is also a trail system that will be destroyed. This green space is used by many residents throughout our community all year round for walking, snowshoeing, canoeing, and ATV use. There is a petition of over 450 residents who would like to preserve this green space. If this extension is moved further back and this trail system is saved, the town would not have to make a financial investment in the future to build a sidewalk. Also, you would not have to hydro seed. This is a huge cost savings the town council should recognize. I understand council has a difficult decision to make, and I also understand that council has to do what's best for the community as a whole. I also understand the financial responsibilities at hand. However, all we are asking from council is to open the book and look at the option we have brought forth. The option we are asking council to look at is one that would minimize the impact to bordering properties, thus keeping their property values, and keep the trail system that is used by many. Council, you have repeatedly refused to look at the proposal we put forth, and you said that although our concerns are valid, council does not have the additional funds. However, by refusing to even cost out our option, how can you turn it down for financial reasons, yet you don't even know the true financial cost? The statements made by councillors that raising taxes would be required in order to push this road back, I believe this is completely misleading to the public, and it's almost used as a scare tactic. There are other options. All we are asking is that the council slow down, at least cost of the option before making a decision. This project does not have to be done this year. It could be pushed next year, in which adequate funds from the budget can be set aside to cover any cost overrun. This isn't a win or lose. All we are asking from our council is to reevaluate the placement. Council has an opportunity to show that they are flexible and have a willingness to listen to residents. Our concerns are valid. There is only one opportunity to build this road, so why not ensure all options are reviewed appropriately? I urge council to open the book, review the true financial cost, and let's work together to make the road placement that is the most beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody want to make a comment to
Christina's Jackie, I want to add again that I feel you just wasted all your energy on deaf ears. You are right, I was going to bring that when the motion comes forward. There was 12 letters opposing the road extension at 14 meters and wanted to be looked at and moved back. We didn't even discuss the letters, they're in our package. Don't know if everybody read them or not. We had no discussion as a council, so about an hour ago, we got an email saying that this motion was coming forward tonight. No discussion of council, I don't know who made the decision. So I'm glad, again, I'll say what I said to Jamie, that you called in, so this is recorded. When someone jumps on their snowmobile in December and realizes they don't have a trail to go on, and it's rerouted, and they're trying to get either to Bird Point, Rabbit Automobile, Dunes, Ganamish, wherever, and they cannot connect that trail, and they start speaking out, and I'm glad this is recorded here tonight so the community is going to know that several people and councillors were opposed to putting it at 14 meters and destroying the trails and the green spaces and moving it from one area of town, Fort Railroad, to another area of town, the same problem. So I thank you for taking the time, I appreciate it. As I said, I feel that you just spoke on deaf ears and it was a waste of our time and yours, and I apologize for that.
I do appreciate your comments. One thing that I would like to say is I know that the mayor has said that this decision has been in the works for a number of months. However, I would like to think that once more information is presented to council, that there is some flexibility there to say, okay, maybe there are some concerns that we didn't recognize. Let's rethink this decision. I think that that's a responsible thing to do with council members, and although there is a vote today, I would like to think that with the letters that have been submitted and the conversations we're having right now, each councillor has a vote. Each councillor, I hope, makes an independent decision, and hopefully I can reach out to a number of these councillors and maybe we could reevaluate the decision, because we only have one opportunity to put this road in. And, you can't put the road in and then take it back. So if you put the road in, you want to make sure that you've done all the avenues. And this option hasn't been costed out. It would minimize a lot of the issues and concerns that we all know are valid. So I think that there's some merit there to go back and review it before a decision is made.
Christina, I'd like to thank you for calling in as well, and as somebody who I know you and your family and your friends and neighbors use these trails on a regular basis and access this green space on a regular basis. I know you know the importance of this, as do some of the councilors. I think it's also important to point out that for $1,750 to ignore the pleas of the residents, I think it's a little bit ridiculous that the residents have actually offered to pay that cost to have that option looked at. Not followed, but even looked at, and to be turned down when the residents offered to do that. I think it just shows you where council's standing on that.
And for the record, I want to say that I was also one of the residents that were willing to help pay for that cost, just that the councillors had a true idea of what the financial implications would be, because constantly we're getting the feedback that costs, we don't have the funds, we're going to have to raise taxes, but I feel like that's a reckless statement to make if you actually don't know what the proposal is going to cost. And I think that there is no harm in councillors saying, okay, we didn't recognize that these concerns were being voiced by so many people, let's rethink this decision. And I think that that is something that I'm hoping maybe tonight can happen. Each councillor has their own vote, as I said, so maybe there can be some rethink on how we're going to move forward with this road that's permanently going to affect, many residents in this community.
Christina is Wally Anderson. Quite some time ago, our town engineer, through the consultant, came back and outlined, I think it was 5 options of changing the road. And after a discussion, 5 of 6 councillors said they were in favor of option 2. 1 was undecided. And really, the $1,750 would going to be that the consultant would probably come back and tell us something that we already know. And we did move. Option 2 went from 3 meters to 14 meters, and it will cost the town well over $100,000. To go to option 2, and if this comes in the budget, then that $100,000+ will be the sole burden of the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. The province has agreed to funding up to a certain amount. And anything over and above what we do now will be 100% on the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. And I know that there are some things, well, we may have savings. Well, the way it works is that the provincial government has signed an agreement with the town where they will fund for 1/3 of so many dollars. If the budget comes in low, that doesn't mean that the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay is going to get the money. The province will only pay 1/3 of the tender that they agreed to. So, there was a lot of consideration given. I can only speak for myself by me, and I think that we reached back and we made a decision to give them some things that you were looking for, and we did that by opting to go with option 2. Now today, people are free to vote. If there's people who is in favor of option 2 at the meeting when the recommendation comes forward, they can certainly vote against it. Whether there's 1, 2, or 3, that's entirely up to them.
I just wanted to state for the record that the first option that you brought forward was 3.9 meters from the property line that was already an additional, I believe it was $80,000. So it's not pushing it back 14 years, it's an additional cost of over $100,000. There was already a cost of $80,000 pegged onto this project. And I just wanted to discuss the point that you said that your consultant came back with 5 options. However, during the February meeting, the public meeting that we did voice our concerns at, there was some discussion that there would be some back and forth. And the options that your consultant came back with did not have any input from what we are saying now. So the option that we're putting forth now has actually not been costed out. There might be a huge financial difference. We don't know until it's costed out. And we offered residents to pay that $1,750 so that the council has the information to make the decision. I don't understand what the rush is. We're only going to build this road once, so I think that in order for council to make an informed decision, they should be looking at all of the options. So I know that one of the things that you had said is there wasn't a proper there wasn't an opportunity to be able to communicate with residents once the virus hit because there were so many regulations. And I understand that. However, we have been corresponding, through the phone and through email, so I don't understand why this conversation stopped and you went forward and had 5 options which didn't have any input from the concerned residents back in February. So I just wanted to bring those points up and have those on the record as well.
Thank you, Christina. I have agreed with you on that with regards to the delays that COVID caused, or everything that COVID caused. I found with different Zoom meetings, teleconferences, it actually allowed more people to be able to have input in meetings because they could do it from wherever, as opposed to actually having to show up in person. So I don't buy the fact that COVID caused any delays. I think it certainly could have been looked at in a better light. And like I said before, we said we would consult with the residents, and it didn't happen.
And today,
another speaker.
I just want to point to speaking with Jamie as well, and what he said in the call prior to this one. We haven't approached this issue in a disrespectful manner. We've tried to be very informative. We've tried to voice our concerns in the proper protocol set up by the town, whether that was calling, emailing, attending meetings. So I feel like there is an opportunity here where council can stand up and say, okay, there were concerns that maybe we weren't aware of, or maybe we want to reevaluate the road placement because of these concerns that are coming forth. And we just wanted to have a healthy conversation and open book to see if there was an opportunity to push it back and save the trail. I know that the trail, the road was pushed back from 3.9 meters to 14 meters, but that still isn't sufficient to save the trail. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration.
Christina, I want to add too that you keep talking about, Lyle Street in that area, and I know it's the opinion of some of the councillors here that the only people opposing this is Lyle and McLean, which is very incorrect, because if they hadn't came out to the protest, they would have seen that there was almost 60 people from all over. People I saw from all over Goose Bay were at the protest, and I've heard from many people who don't even live close to the area that are opposed to it going that close. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that it's the opinion of some council that it's only residents of Lyle and McLean that are against it and don't want it in their backyard, which I think is incorrect. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, that is incorrect, and I can tell you from my personal experience, when I started to raise some concerns about this, I've actually myself personally been approached by a number of people who don't live in this area, who are requesting more information, who are offering their support, who I didn't think necessarily would be as involved as what they are. So I feel like it is very misleading to the public to make it say, to say that it's only the people who are born in this road that are affected. It seems like there's a lot of people within our community that use these trails, and I think that the petition of over 450 people who signed it, as well as the protest that we had, would show the council that there is a large number of residents who support this, needs to be evaluated and pushed back.
Christine, there was, the meeting happened a while back, and the reason why it happened was, I was out of town when the meeting took place, and you were promised another meeting, and I made, that did happen. And now, I know that you all couldn't come in because of the space and so on, but the chair of your committee, he came back and council sat down this road 2 weeks ago, and we listened to him. And yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that there's people in other parts of the town that are saying that you know, don't do this. There's also people that live on Low Street that have approached me and said, I want the road to go through. I've had a couple grandparents who said that I'm concerned about speeding down on these streets, but I'm scared for my grandchild. So, you know, like, it's a mixed emotions, I guess, and you know, it's you know, it's not something that, and again, I can only speak for myself, it's not something that I'm doing to go up there and say, well, you know, go and do it anyway. I will vote to the motion when it's brought forward, and I will speak to the motion. And I will give my reasons as to why I will be supporting the motion when it comes to the table.
For the record, I want to say that I don't oppose the road. I live on Lyle Street, I have small children. I do understand that there is a heavy flow of traffic through Lyle Street. So I support the road, and I don't think that there's anybody that I've spoken to that doesn't support the road. The placement is the issue. The placement has always been the issue, and that's something that I feel that maybe is being miscommunicated by council members. It's not that we don't support the road going in. We understand the need, certainly for safety, but it is the fact that the placement is not in the best place. And I think that for all the concerns that we are bringing forward that are valid, I would really hope that my councillors, even if a decision was made, that maybe because there is so much more information becoming available, they could rethink this decision and reevaluate so that when a vote is cast, they have all the information to do so.
I think they got their mind made up, Christina, from what, like I said, we only got an email an hour ago that this motion's coming forward. An hour before the meeting.
And I guess the last thing I'll say before I go, because I know you have another caller, is, you know, if council was truly willing to listen to residents, and in the July package, you said you had 12 letters, I'm audible the letter as well, and you knew that there was going to be a topic during this meeting to bring up some concerns. Why would you, if you were truly willing to listen, would there be a scheduled vote on accepting the tender? I feel like that just shows that there is not a willingness to listen, and that there is, you know, council members who don't care if we write a letter, or don't care if we voice our opinion, that that's the decision no matter what. And I don't feel like that's the best way council should approach concerns brought forward by residents.
Agree with you 100%, Christine.
Christine, I'll just say this, that, you know, I think it was well over a month ago that we sat down and the decision was made by council or by consensus as it went around the table that the option that council was in favor of was option 2. And you know, I made the decision at that time that my preferred option was option 2, and today that you know, that's my preferred option is option option two.
Christine, it's Bert Pomeroy here. I can assure you, I've read just about every letter that's come to me that's been emailed me over the last week or so. So I did see your letter and I did read it.
But there was no council discussion on the letters whatsoever, Christina. Make sure that you understand that. There was no council discussion whatsoever.
I think we can all agree, Jim, Council we are in the township, not to read what's provided before us.
I'm glad you read them. I read them too. But did we discuss them? No, we did not. We got notified an hour before the meeting today that there was a recommendation coming forward on this, Kellen extension. So I think the public needs to know that.
Yeah. Well, as I said at the beginning of my presentation here, I hope that there are counselors on council that really listen to the concerns, understand the validity of them, and are willing and understand the decision of the road placement. It's going to impact a lot of people, and I feel like, I hope that there are counselors who are truly listening and who will take these concerns and not rush it and say, okay, maybe there's a better option, and at least before you cast your vote, you have all the facts and all the information and truly read those letters.
Yeah, the discussion goes back a long way, Christine, because this was discussed and this was put into our budget, which all council voted to approve.
I want to clarify that to the public because that keeps coming up. There was no concept when the budget went through in December. No concept.
I think we all knew the amount of money that we had to put in and what we were getting, because how could we vote and move forward on the budget if we didn't know the cost?
We did not know that it was 14 meters, 20 meters, 3 meters. We had no concepts in front of us.
None of that came to us.
None of them came to us at all.
And Christine, it was in the budget, and that's the reason why council is going to pay roughly an extra $100,000 or more to move from what we had put in the budget to option two. The books and the minutes can speak for itself.
Remember now, there's no actual cost. It's all a guesstimate here, Christina.
Yeah, and the first option that was presented to us, it was over the allocated $2 million that was budgeted. So there was, right from the get-go, there was a cost overrun. So I don't want there to be a misconception out there that to move it 14 meters put it over budget. It was already over budget. And there was a cost that had to be covered by taxpayers to begin with. I understand that 14 meters is better than 3 meters, but it doesn't address the concerns that we're bringing forth. And again, it's concerning because we won't even cost out our option that we're trying to bring forward that would alleviate our concerns. So it just shows lack of willingness to try and come up with a solution that mitigates some of these concerns.
Just to clarify, Christine, that request was in some of them letters. And again, there was no discussion as council as a whole with that request. To consider it $1,750, right? So that was in the letters, and there was no discussion as council as a whole. In fact, I believe Jamie Addis sent an email twice, July the 16th and July the 22nd, requesting the same thing, and that he received no response from council.
So Christine, before we close up, is there anything else you want to say?
No, I certainly appreciate council letting me speak tonight. I know I've been quite vocal. I certainly hope everybody did get the opportunity to read my letter, because this is an issue that's very important to me, and I feel it will impact many, many residents. So although there is a vote that's going to be cast tonight, I feel that, or I hope that there will be some movement, and maybe there is public councillors who understand the concerns and don't want to rush this extension. So that being said, I certainly appreciate everybody giving me the opportunity to speak, and everybody have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to,
One more delegation.
I'm sorry.
Your worship, sorry. And again.
Yes, okay, sorry. Place in the street,
Can we have a quick recess?
Councillor Brand is just.
Well, I think we should listen to her and then have her in recess, because she's been waiting, an hour and a half now for this meeting.
Yeah.
where's Crown at?
What do you think?
Washroom. Around
6:28.
Okay, and we're going just the councillor.
I haven't got a dog yet.
To the washroom, and they'll be back in 2 minutes. I was told
We're still live, yeah?
there's three delegations, that's why I was going to go on to the next item.
I heard her say 4.
Four as of yesterday, and on the delegation list.
Or there's three delegations on Calum, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Are you working? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sounds good.
Hi, Anna, Mayor Anderson, we're ready, sorry for your delay, but we give a lot of people who make presentations, some of them ran longer than normal. I'll ask Councillor Beatty to read the procedures as to a delegation, it will take about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Public council meeting delegation policy statement. In accordance with creating a friendly and approachable environment for delegates to meet with the council, it is recommended that the public have Valley-Goose Bay, 1, notify the town manager or its citizens of their intention at least 30 minutes before the meeting, providing your name and contact information, and make it known that the issue that they wish to convey so that the town manager may present it to the attention of the mayor and council members before the council meeting begins. The mayor and council has the right to limit the speed number of document presentations before the council meeting. 2. At the time of the notification, delegates are given 10 minutes maximum to discuss their concerns or issues. After the presentation, the mayor and council members may ask questions or make comments on the information presented. 3. In consideration for the length of the council meeting, delegates may wish to bring forth their issues, concerns, and requests that includes the subject of the presentation, name, and contact information from either the mayor, council member, or town manager to respond by a letter. The 12th council encourages the public to meet with the mayor, council member, to bring their concerns or issues, while at the same time, we ask that you be respectful when presenting your issues or concerns in a friendly tone and environment to converse on any of the town's topic of discussion or concerns.
Okay, thank you, Anna. We're ready to you to do your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you all, as the 12th Council, to allow me to be a call-in delegate today. I'm very concerned and disappointed and frustrated that I have to be put in a position to address council. The council that was voted in by the people, the council that should represent the people the best way they can. I don't believe this is the case regarding town drive extensions. We were told the consultation would happen with the residents, and that didn't happen. I feel like it has come to us versus them, and that should never be. I work for a nonprofit, so I know a little bit about having enough funds. I also believe when you can, you should. And when there are other options that need to be considered, you find the money, you do what you can, and you finish it when the funds allow. Talon Drive extension as it is right now, Talon Drive itself is not finished. So, the money that's allotted for the Talon Drive extension and it's not finished, when you go to do this big project, you can finish it when the funds allow. This is not a $20,000 project and you need an extra $100,000. This is a project that seems to be well over $4 million and it's short about $200,000 with the request of moving the road further back from our homes. So my question is, after all the concerns the residents of Court Rail Road had with the tractor trailers on the street regarding the dust, the noise, their houses shaking, and after I heard, and you all heard a resident from Court Rail Road speak at the public meeting in early March, saying that any road would have to be at least 30 or 40 meters from the homes. How can the council even consider a road so close to Lyle and McLean when we already know how problematic it is? How can you conscientiously think moving the problem from one street to another is good planning? And my second question is, why weren't we consulted when we were told we would be consulted at that public meeting in front of all those residents in early March?
I'll go first, Anna. Wally Anderson, well over 5 hours, 2 months ago, that we went around the table as we were given the different options that our town engineer requested from our consultant. And at that time, and the meeting was recorded, 506 councillors said they would prefer option 2. And that was the decision that was made at that meeting. It will cost the town well over $100,000 for us to move to option 2, and that will be solely paid for by the town of Valley-Goose Bay.
Right, and option 2, what was the meter buffer from our property lines to the road?
We went from, I think it was 3 meters to 14 meters.
Right. So option 2 is 15 meters, and that's with the over $100,000
extra cost. So, was there an option 3? I don't recall.
I don't have it here in front of me, but the Deputy Mayor, you want to speak to I don't have it here with me, but I do believe you have it in your minister.
Yeah, just a second. I do have it in some notes that I will go through when the motion comes forward. There was, if you bear with me, you can continue on, I'll see if I can find the actual numbers that were provided to me by the county engineer and consultant.
Okay, so after the public meeting, when a resident stood up from Port Real Road, obviously they want the traffic redirected. I understand that totally. And a County Drive extension has to happen, absolutely. But when a resident stands up and says, from experience, our houses are shaking from these tractor trailers, you need at least 30 or 40 meters. You know, how can the town council decide that this is the best route based on funds? Can't you start it and finish it when the funds come in maybe the next fiscal year or the fiscal year after that? Because right now there is no extension. The Kelman Drive as it is right now is partially done. It wasn't totally done. So would you have the option of starting it and finishing it when the money comes in maybe at another time? You know, I honestly believe that this is a really unfortunate situation for the people that live here on the Plain Mile. We have to live with this decision made by the 12th Council. I think deep down in your hearts you know this is the wrong decision, but you're put in a position where we can't please everybody or we don't have the money. So it's based on the dollar. I would like to think that the council is more empathetic, more considerate, and, you know, want to make decisions based on what's best for everybody. How can we do this together? Because this is not impossible.
And I sound like a broken record, but I want you to hear the same as the other three did. I believe you're speaking on deaf ears, because about an hour before the meeting, we got an email saying that the motion was coming forward tonight to vote on county extension. We received 12 letters opposing the 14 meters and wanted to request them to look at it go back further, as you know from Jamie's request. We did not have a discussion as a whole council. The letter, I'm assuming everybody read the letters, but there was no discussion. So the letters are in our packages, which is good because it's recorded. And I'm glad you called in to have this recorded, because when people do start complaining, if this motion is approved tonight, I want it to be on record that when people do start complaining and speaking up, it was, you know, they'll know. The community will know that there was opposition to it at 14 meters. And also I want to say to you too, because I don't know if you listened earlier, but that some of the council are of the opinion that it's only people on Lyle and McLean that are opposing the 14 meters, which I think is incorrect, and I know it's incorrect, because I've spoken to many people from different areas.
Well, I'd like to say that I know that's incorrect as well, because I was at the protest that was held at the town hall when the meeting got canceled, and we went ahead to protest anyway. There were several people there that did not live in the area. My son, who's 17 years old, actually attended this protest, and he brought maybe a dozen friends with him, because they travel these trails. They travel these trails on their bikes, on their ATVs, on their side-by-sides, on their scooters, and his friends live as far as Bruce Park. So, and I can see the trail from my house. So I see people as early as 6 a.m. walking from Johnny Hill, Saunders Street. They're out there with their pets, with themselves. They're walking, they're hiking. Those trails are used by several people. And to be honest, is that really what we're going to base it on? It's, we're just going to worry about the 2 streets, you know, it's only those people that are worried about it. We are the ones that are going to worry about it, because we have to live here. We have to live here, and it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be such a sad day when that trail is gone. I'm not even really going to start on the trails, because that's another story. Save the trails? Absolutely. When you can save the trail and move the road back? Absolutely. But my concern today is the tractor trailers, the noise, my house shaking, you know, just based on the complaints from the people on Port Real Road. I've talked to road, but please, please have some consideration for the people that bought homes here for the reason to have some solace and some mental health, mental health good things that they can have in their life with a trail right out in their backyard. Not everybody gets a trail. Saunders Street, awesome, they have trails. McDonald Drive, awesome, they have trails. Park Drive, keep the trails where you can. Put the road back a little bit farther. Have some consideration and some common courtesy for the people who bought homes on these streets. Whether it's 5 families or 50 families, those are families that gotta live with this. The Waits on the corner of Heffler and Lyle, who pay the town, I don't know how much in their 2 or 3 pieces of land in town taxes, they're gonna be the worst off. I mean, that poor family gotta live with the barreling tractor trailers down that road, right next to their home, an eyesore, and down the road, 10 years, 20 years, people will say, who made that decision? Who made that decision? I cannot see why we cannot work together, do the right thing, make the best choice, start the road, finish it when you run out of money, and if it's not done, pick up where it left off, because right now, County Drive is half done. It's half rut, danger, the other half, pretty good, because it was redone last year, the year before, whenever it was. If you can't finish the project, don't finish the project. Do it when the money comes up in another fiscal year. There's nothing there right now. Please be considerate of the people who voted you in, that had faith in you in the beginning, to do the right thing. We're not asking for something that's not reachable here.
Thank you, Anna. Again, I would say that we looked at the options, and we did move from 3 meters to 14 meters. And it's going to be a cost to the town to even do that. And it's not a decision that is taken lightly, and the motion will come forward. I will speak to it, and I will give my reasons as how I feel, and the same as what every other councillor will do. And I honestly and truly believe that I will make a decision that I believe is in the best interest of the residents of Happy Valley-Goose Bay.
And I just want to clarify one point. You said we keep talking about cost, and I said this already, but just for your information, there's no true estimate cost until the tenders are in. I think we all know this, we were told it. So we've heard figures 325, we've heard figures 400, we've heard figures 122, we've heard figures 80,000. There's no actual true cost until the tenders come in, just so that you're aware of that. And I think you were already told that anyway.
Yes, I was told that, yeah. It's very unfortunate that you're taking a problem from Court Real Road and you're moving it behind my street. I think that's very unfortunate for the people that live here. I think that it kind of shows lack of compassion for the people that live here. When residents from another street has clearly talked about the issues that they've had, and you're going to move this problem right over to a brand new area of town. I find that very unfortunate, and this poor decision is going to stick with the 12th council. And I know it's going to cost money. Everything costs money. Every single thing costs money, absolutely. But there's also savings. There's also things that haven't been spent with the town. I don't have any access to any of your finances, but I do know that there has not been much snow clearing done this year. There has not been any overtime in snow clearing this year, because the positions that have not been filled in the town, there's probably savings there. And even if there wasn't those savings, I would think common sense would make a decision on taking a problem from Port Real Road and placing it directly behind a brand new area of town. I find that very problematic. I find that very inconsiderate. I find that very unprofessional. And I am not pleased with any of this. I'm a resident of McLean Crescent. I love my street. I love my community. And I'm so frustrated with what's happening. The residents were loud and clear. They attended a meeting that the town had. The town said they were going to consult us on anything that was going to come up and be consulted. We were not. It didn't happen. That did not happen. It's the attitude of, nope, we're doing it anyway. Nope, not going to change my mind. Nope, not going to go against, certain council or whatever the case may be. I find this very unfortunate. This will stick with me for a very long time, and I am sad to think that the 12th council are going to go ahead with this.
Agree with you 100%, Nana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and,
I would just like to clarify one thing. I think there's misperception being put out there in the public in regards to savings, because we need to find an additional $30,000 of emergency money for Healthy Waters Labrador. Our Director of Finance, Nadine McCauley, who does our books, her and staff went through it, and they came back and they said that as of right now, we cannot identify if there's going to be any savings. And we had to take the money out of the trails. And the part of the people are saying that we got savings in the snow clearing and stuff, like, Nadine knows her books. And the COVID-19 has hit us hard. We're down in a lot of revenues, and know that we're going to be down more as the year goes on. But I'm not saying this in an argument, but I just want to set the record to everyone who's listening in that our Director of Finance went through the budget, and she said, the budget that we have, we have enough to carry us through to the end of the fiscal year. And that's the reason why the decision was made to take the $30,000 out of the trails agreement.
So, Ann, make sure there's no misconception. There is savings, I would think, in staff positions that are not filled. And I also mentioned too to the public about perhaps we could put some pressure on the property tax that are owed to the town. You would be shocked at the amount that's outstanding within the community. And also, we have 32,000 budgeted for trails. So we're going to destroy trails and build other ones. Makes no sense to me.
No, and I have to say as well, I know your finance department are probably very competent. And I know Nadine, I know she's very competent, I know that. So, getting back to the Kellen Drive as it is, a portion of it was done. I'm assuming this is because there was no money to finish it. So if you're going to do a Kellen Drive extension, and you have over $4 million to do the project, but you're short about $200,000 because you couldn't go back further to 30-meter buffer, couldn't you do the project with the funds you have and finish it later when the funds allow, whether it's a fiscal year later or 2 fiscal years later? This way, it's done right, and this way, it's done respectfully to the citizens who have to live with it.
And I want to answer that question because I asked that question, if the finances could be carried over, and they absolutely can be.
Even if they can't be carried over, even if the project was done to capacity with the funds that were given, the funds that are there for this project, can it be done until those funds run out, and then to finish it with something later? There's money to get later, whether it's a year later in a different fiscal year or 2 years later. Do a great job with what you have and finish it when you can.
I think it's important to point out too, Anna, as well, like you touched on, and I touched on a couple times tonight as well, the lack of communication that was promised by the council. It absolutely did not happen. The council definitely did drop the ball, and we were presented, or should I say the town was presented with a $1,750 alternative to look at a different option. That was turned down point blank without all of council's knowledge. And the fact that we walk into this meeting and find out an hour before a meeting that this motion is coming to the table, it just once again shows the lack of communication that's happening within this organization. I have a problem with that. I've had a problem with that since our March 10th meeting. And I will go on record as saying again, that we failed to consult with the residents of your area, the residents of Loyal, and the residents of the town. It did not happen, and that was what was promised. So yeah, the town definitely dropped the ball on here. And like you said, if you can't do the project right, we shouldn't be doing it at all.
That's right. I mean, I'm not sure what else we can do as a group of concerned citizens on 2 streets. We wrote letters, we've sent emails, we've attended the meetings, we've done protests. We're calling into the town council. We're basically begging you to do the right decision, to make the right decision, to have some compassion and empathy. And I know it boils down to dollars. I know that. I understand that. But start the project with the money you have and finish it when you can come up with it. Common sense. Court real problems, moving to Island and playing to create problems, and I will be complaining if this causes a problem, and you can anticipate that, and I'm sure you will anticipate that, and to avoid that, there are other options to be had, and they're not being looked at. It's almost to me, as a citizen of this town, with talk amongst a small town, it's becoming a bit of a power struggle, which should never be. The council should be there for the people, they should be there for the people that voted them in, and they should be fighting tooth and nail to keep a great relationship with the people of the town who've got to live with it.
Anna, it's Bert Palmer here. Just wanted to clarify, you referenced a $4 million project. The actual contract for the extension of Callan Drive to Port Rio is a $2 million contract.
Right. Somewhere along the lines with all kinds of information given to us, I did see a figure of over $4 million, so maybe that's some roads and grounds projects that were being placed.
That includes other
separate
roads.
projects too, right? They're separate projects and they can't be lumped together, right? In terms of like under the same, they're 2 separate projects.
Right. So I'd like to ask, Callan Drive as it is right now, I'm assuming it wasn't all, that project wasn't followed through because there was lack of funds?
No, but I can get into that when I speak to the motion, because there's a whole history there behind that.
Okay, so when a road is resurfaced or a project is done within the town, sometimes it doesn't take 1 fiscal year to pay for it or 1 fiscal year to complete it. We know that the construction season is short. So would it be too much to ask, which I don't think it is. I'd like for somebody to say it out loud. Is it too much to ask to start the project, finish it down the road when the funds are available, and if you have to do it in phases? Is that something that would be considered?
It can't be done in phases. It's funding that involves both federal and provincial governments, and there's criteria associated with that funding.
It can be carried over, and I asked a question.
Yeah, and it was carried over from last year too.
And it can be carried over again. So yes, what you're asking can be done. But we have a motion in front of us, and on option 2, that's gonna be voted on shortly.
Okay, well, I guess I said what I had to say. I'm not sure if I'm beating my head against the wall. I'm not sure if I'm sinking into anybody. I don't know if I'm stirring up any emotions from any counselors that might feel for somebody living in this area. I don't know if it was even, I don't even know if this was helpful, but I strongly felt as a citizen, I cannot give up on this. I cannot give up on the people who live on Island of Plain, who live in a new area, who pay high taxes, who love the area, who moved here for the location. I moved from Johnny Hill to McLean for this location, and now we have to live with your poor decisions.
Okay, thank you, Anna.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Anna. I'm glad it's recorded.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll carry on with the correspondence. We'll move on here to review recommendations, and the first one is.
Right now, Mayor, point of order for correspondence, we're gonna read each one, so the community is aware of what we received.
Pardon me for a moment, we've just completed the delegation, but we skipped over the adoption of the previous minutes. I don't know if you want to visit that now or after.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, my mistake, okay, call for the adoption of the previous minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Cran, seconded by Councillor Pomeroy, all in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Adoption of the 61st minutes, July 29, 2020. All in favour of the motion?
Aye.
Okay, all in favour?
We need to move around a second.
I'm sorry, okay.
Which one we do?
Okay.
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Pomeroy, seconded by Councillor Cran, the motion is carried. Call for a motion on the 62nd minutes of July 13, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Pomeroy, seconded by
Second
Councillor
that.
Cran. All in favour of the motion?
Aye.
Councillor Dyson?
Aye.
Okay, okay, carried unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to the correspondence.
So, I don't know whose speech it is, but, we received, letters from Third County Extension. So, I guess, you wanna read some, I'm gonna read some?
Yeah, I've got a couple here, I'll go to read so that the public hears them. Okay, this letter is from Angela and Jamie Wareham. As residents of this community, more specifically residents whose property backs onto Kellen Drive, we feel compelled to speak against the current plan for the extension of Kellen. We all know that Kellen Drive is poorly designed, poorly maintained, and poorly controlled. Although efforts are being made to bring it up to a provincial standard, we feel it would be incredibly short-sighted to continue development in a manner that follows the cheapest route because it is within the current budget. I was quite dismayed to read comments by council members basically justifying a poor decision based on the fact it is what we can afford. I think it is this type of thought process that got down into the position it is in with regard to having to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars in order to upgrade a road and correct this poor design. The fact that during this process there will be the destruction of a green space enjoyed through 4 seasons by many residents is just the icing on the short-sighted cake. Then a follow-up promise of future construction of a green space / trail. I can't wrap my head around some council members justifying an obviously inferior building option for a road with budgetary concerns and then following up by promising the construction at a cost to residents of a trail system or a green space to replace the one that you are about to destroy. There are obviously many citizens who feel the same way as we do, referenced by the petitions, protests, and social media posts regarding same. We as tax-paying citizens in this community wish to appeal to the common sense of the council members we elected. We ask them to take a step back, listen to the citizens, open your minds, and give proper consideration to how you are about to spend our money. The town plan is there for all to see. I have not always agreed with this and previous council decisions on matters. I appreciate what a tough job a councillor must have. This is the first one that I felt this strongly about and need to speak out on. I think if you take a moment to fast forward 20 years and consider how this decision may be judged through a historical lens, it might be a little easier to consider options before proceeding with something that we all know will be a mistake. Please give due consideration to sensible alternatives being presented. Thank you, Angela and Jamie Wareham.
So may I interrupt for a second? That's on page 5, correct? And the whole document shows page 2, 3, 4, you passed Michelle Wood, who's on page 2.
Oh, I can read Michelle's too. I'm not finished reading.
Okay.
I'm not finished reading.
Okay.
You sit in for the long haul because we're reading them all. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go on to the next one. Dear Mayor and Council, we're writing this letter, you had to bear with me because it's not big print. We're writing this letter in support of the many residents who oppose the town's current approach to the Kellen Drive reconstruction and extension project. Many of the concerns have echoed statements and inquiries we've made before to this council and show a continued lack of vision and poor decision-making for the future of our community. Firstly, the Callan Drive reconstruction and extension project, its placement, and the town's approach to working with residents shows a complete lack of respect for the residents of our community. We support collaboration and meaningful consultation, which we initially believed was happening during your public meetings and initial engagement. It is evident now that there was absolutely zero collaboration with the homeowners who will be most affected by this project, and that the consultations were entirely meaningless and a waste of residents' time, and frankly yours as a council. Secondly, the project's current placement eliminates a trail system commonly used by residents from all over the community. Even as homeowners in the MOT area, we have used the trail system that will be affected by this project on ski walking our dogs and trail running. With 71% of our community between the ages of 15 and 64 years of age, this council should be looking at ways of keeping our community active instead of focusing on infrastructure that moves one street's problem to another area of town. Moving a problem around does not solve it, and as previously stated, shows a lack of vision for our community. The fact that we're diverting some of the heaviest vehicle traffic that has proven to deteriorate roads faster from using the provincially owned and maintained Hamilton River Road to a municipality owned and maintained Callan Drive, which is already the road in the poorest condition in our town, further displays the trend of poor decision making for the future of our community. We need to look no further than Callan Drive in its current state to realize that keeping our community healthy and safe has not been a priority. There is no actual sidewalk, and the vegetation from the sides of the road was cleared and only sand was left behind. This is both unsafe to use for walking and unsightly for residents and visitors. Further to the above, consider this letter as our fourth attempt to raise the issue of the lack of infrastructure and emphasis on active and safe transportation in our town. We have sent 3 emails to staff and council voicing our concerns at the poor state of sidewalks and safe walking spaces in our community. We have received a response that contained only words and absolutely no concrete action, and that leaves us concerned and dissatisfied as residents. In closing, we would like to see the objectives of the town's own 10-year development plan followed through on, specifically to promote the health of the community, enhancing active living opportunities such as trails and walkways, and particularly increase mobility for a growing population of seniors. To contribute to community pride by developing and implementing landscaping and development design standards to beautify the community. The town needs to put more emphasis on creating possibilities for safe, active transportation. Residents in our community have a right to feel safe when they are biking, walking, running, etc. For those like us who take part in these activities for the well-being, and especially for those who have no other choice but to use these methods for their daily activities. The Callan Drive reconstruction and extension project, as it currently stands, is short-sighted, not collaborative, and will be a mistake that will cost our community and the province a significant amount of money if not corrected. You all have a chance to lead a new way of development. Please don't pass on the opportunity to show leadership and vision for a greener, safer, and healthier community. Sincerely, Allison Keats and Sean McLean.
All right, Mayor and Council, this letter is in support of many residents who oppose the town's current approach to the Callan Drive reconstruction and extension project. These residents have repeatedly and respectfully voiced a variety of concerns, yet they have been continually met with an unwillingness to collaborate, as well as a lack of vision and poor decision-making for the future of our community. It is evident that the concerns of those residents who will be most significantly affected by this project has not been sufficiently considered, and therefore all of their efforts thus far appear to have been in vain. While it is easy to say that this is simply one project in our area of town, the precedent that this decision will set will have far-reaching ramifications for future developments. The Kellen Drive reconstruction and expansion projects will eliminate a trail system that is frequently used by residents from all over town, whether it be on skidoo, ATV, walking a dog, or trail running. When you consider that sidewalks are either non-existent or in disrepair, that our bike trail consists mostly of crumbling asphalt, and that the shoulders of our roads are riddled with potholes in the soft sand, why would you choose to destroy an existing beautiful multi-purpose trail in a growing neighborhood? And if you're willing to destroy this trail, what is stopping you from destroying other trails during future developments? We already know how this development will look if the project proceeds as planned. It will look exactly like Kellen Drive in its current state. No sidewalks, no vegetation, no sound barrier for nearby houses, no alternate route for all-terrain vehicles, and no safe place for pedestrians to walk, run, or bike. As mayor and members of council, you have an opportunity to recognize these important issues and choose to do better. Regardless of how many examples of poor planning currently exist in our town, you have an opportunity to make sure we don't add another example to that list. Choose to put more emphasis on creating opportunities for safe, active transportation. Choose to truly listen to the concerns of your residents and adopt a collaborative approach to decision-making. Choose to sow leadership and vision for a greener, safer, and healthier community. Choose to do better. Sincerely, Brenda Conger.
Good day, Miss Eddie and Miss McCauley. I'm writing today regarding the current plan for the Kellen Drive extension and the importance of maintaining safe, clean, and natural green space in our community. Firstly, I want to give recognition to the residents that have put so much research, time, and effort into the Kellen Drive extension reconsideration. They are strong, resilient, and advocating for what they believe is the right option, the best option for the residents of the areas directly affected and for the residents of this community. I also want to show my appreciation for the members of council that have been supportive of the request by community members to reconsider the plan to extend Kellen Drive so closely to residents' property. The Kellen Drive Extension Reconsideration Project has opened many people's eyes to the disheartening truth that the majority of council has no interest in having a green community, and they disregard the concerns of the people who voted them into the positions they are in today. I am so disappointed in our mayor and council. Further to that, according to the official website, the town Happy Valley-Goose Bay prides itself on providing recreational facilities for the holistic well-being of the community. This is completely contradictory to the actions of the council. Below you will find some direct quotes from the town's Community Services and Recreation webpage. I ask that you read them thoroughly and consider whether these accurately represent the town's attitude, because I am sure that you will find some inconsistencies. Recreation is an essential part of a person's holistic and well-being, and it plays a vital role in the quality of life in the community. However, the town has proven that most of the council has no interest in preserving the natural green space used by so many throughout the seasons, and would rather save a dollar by destroying part of a well-used trail system. Another quote, the town believes in the philosophy of offering quality recreational facilities in the community at an affordable and reasonable cost. Meanwhile, the town has no issue destroying a trail that costs them nothing to maintain. Another quote, our goal is to keep abreast with the changing needs of residents and continually update activities to keep pace with community growth. Members of our community have been clear on what the needs are. We want green space to enjoy, we want appropriate and comfortable space between roads and backyards, we want safe walking trails, and we want nature. We want council to listen to the concerns of the community members that they represent. I kindly request that you share this letter with the town council and the town management as another voice of a concerned citizen of a community that wishes for safe and clean natural trails for us to enjoy. I ask the council to reconsider their position on this and to open to listening to the residents of the community. Please remember that actions speak louder than words, and this is an opportunity for council to do the right thing for the community. Regards, Andrea Keat.
Okay, my name is Margaret White, and I live on the corner of Kellen Drive, Loyal Street, and Heffler. I don't usually speak up about things, but I feel that we will be the ones mostly affected by the Kellen Drive extension. I want to start by saying that I am not opposed to the road, but I am opposed to its current format. The Kellen Drive extension is being built to accommodate tractor trailers, to get to the Portville area, and to alleviate this traffic from using residential streets in town, such as Port Riel and Brentford. However, I feel that in its current format, you will be moving the problem from one area of town to another, not fixing it. The only way to fix it would be to move it further than 14 meters from residential homes in the area. I own the first 3 properties to be affected the most. Some of the reasons I am opposed to it are noise factor. We will have heavy trucks and regular trucks using this road. 14 meters will not help with the noise factor. Moving it will. Number 2, dust factor. We already have to deal with a lot of dust from the shoulders of the road that the town cleared off previously and didn't do anything with it. Plus, we get the sand from the previous new subdivision that has nothing done with it. Clearing off our green space behind our properties will only aggravate this problem. 3, green space. You will be eliminating a set of trails that are widely used during winter and summer. Moving it will not. Not only will the trails behind us be affected, but also the trails along Port Riel will be affected. Along with the noise from the heavy trucks, we will have to deal with windows vibrating, etc. by moving the road. We will not. 5, our property taxes will decrease, resulting in a loss of revenue for the town. Paying the extra to move the road will not decrease property tax, helping the town revenue in years to come. Paying the extra now will far outweigh the loss in revenue if property taxes decrease. 6, safety factor. We have previously had a car go through our back fence and have seen cars speeding along the stretch of road that is already there, as well as many minor accidents, one that took out the fire hydrant, as well as many near misses at that stop sign. Moving the road will help in fixing this. 7, privacy. Moving the road further back will help the residents most affected keep our privacy, as the green space that is already there will help in doing so. In closing, I feel that you have only one chance to put in a new road. Please do it right. It will cost more later if we have to move it. It does not have to be done this fiscal year. If the money cannot be found without raising property tax, put yourself in our shoes and see how you would feel if this road was going to be constructed behind your house. Thank you for considering my concerns. In my opinion, if it won't be done right, it should not go ahead. Concerned citizens, Mark White and Danny White.
Dear 12th Council of Valley-Goose Bay, my name is Anna Gallagher, I live at 18 McLean Crescent. I'm writing this letter as another step regarding the concerns I have with the placement of the Kellen Drive extension being placed very close to our properties on Lyle and McLean. I have spoken to many residents who live on Port Riel about their concerns of the heavy traffic, the tractor trailers, dust, and noise that affect their daily life. Rerouting this traffic to an extension directly behind 2 other streets does not make any sense to me. How can this be right? How can this even be a consideration after all the concerns that the citizens on Port Riel are loud and clear about? The placement of this road is a huge concern. Placing it further back would be a great compromise. Along with the concern of the placement comes the grave concern of losing the green space and trails. I often think of the McDonald Drive, Saunders Street, and Park Drive, how lucky they are to have green spaces. Where you can save a green space, you should. I have also thought of Central Park in New York City even. You can't bulldoze that park for development, green spaces. Green spaces need to be part of the community. These trails are used by more people than those that live in Lyle and McLean and are used year-round. Please put some thought into town planning, town development, and town growth. Funds being the deciding factor is poor choice when doing the right and considerate thing. We aren't talking huge amounts here. The print on this letter is very small. So I don't know if any councilors have ever walked these trails to see how well used and important they are. They are used for physical fitness, mental well-being, and outdoor activities. This extension will be a permanent fixture once it's done, and it will be known as a core choice of the 12th Council. This extension will be please be known for the council that found a better way for really taking into consideration the concerns of the people that have to live with this. Sincerely, Anna Gowdy, Aaron Walsh, Cindy Gowdy, and Aaron Walsh.
Town councillors, I am writing regarding the most recent plan for the placement of the Kellen Drive extension. I live in Lyle Street and will be directly impacted by the extension. In the past months, I have made known my concerns with noise, sand, light, and the general aesthetics of living that close to an arterial road. In addition, we will be losing existing well-used trails and green space. When I purchased my home in that area that is low density residential, I never contemplated this outcome. While I understood there would be a road development at some point, and I'm not opposed to the road per se, I was advised that the plan for the road was to place it a substantial distance from our property lines. This is supported by the plan that existed at the town at that time. It seems to me that most of the council is unprepared to acknowledge the impact this will have on the residents most affected and the town generally. I have heard that it will not affect my property value and that it will not be as bad as I think. I would ask you to drive on Kellen Drive in the area of Adams Loop and the Mitchell Pottle and give an honest assessment of the impact of the placement of the road on those residents' ability to enjoy their property and the resulting decrease in the value of those properties. Additionally, it is aesthetically unattractive. I have heard that the distance from our property line to the road is similar to other portions of the road. If the areas mentioned above are the areas referred to, I ask you to reflect on whether that was good town planning or whether it was the sort of planning the town wishes to emulate. There are certainly budgetary issues, and those appear to have led to an alteration of the previous plans for the road location. While budgets are an important factor, it should not be the only consideration. Additionally, it is not clear to me what the additional cost would be to either place the road in a position contemplated pre-2014 or to simply move it far enough away to maintain the existing trail and some natural buffer. This is a decision that the town as a whole will have to live with forever. Similarly, myself and my neighbors who chose this neighborhood, in part because it was a quiet, family-oriented area, will need to adjust our expectations after investing significantly in our properties. I acknowledge that the traffic that flows through the subdivision, and acknowledge the desire to move it to an arterial road. However, for those of us closest to the extension, you are simply moving the traffic from the front of one property to the rear of our property. I'm asking you to consider all these issues raised by residents who have expressed concern, many of whom do not live in this neighborhood, and look at the placement of the road in light of the town's long-term plan. Once built, it will be too late for anything except regret. Sincerely, Phyllis Harris.
Councillor House, before we start, Mr. Mayor, could I ask for a 10-minute recess?
You can, yeah. Okay.
So are we all good with that?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, okay, we will adjourn for 10 minutes.
We're still live for the moment, so
I wonder will it make any difference if it keeps this going? See? Mr. Butler? I don't know. Jack is gonna trip over that fucking phone cord. I can see it now. Watch out for that cord. Right by your feet. Okay. I gotta do that. What's the chance that I can find an extension cord?
There's one there.
Should do it. That should do it. Great big heavy duty one.
Well, a lot of people are saying they can't hear the.
Yeah, so I'm getting them messages too,
Yeah.
they can't hear Wally.
Feedback, people saying audience good, but,
I'm just wondering if it's a mic thing for,
well, it's just the one mic right there, see?
oh,
That takes off the sound.
It's interesting, because I think that picks up really good sound.
Yeah.
That mic is a very high quality.
Is it live right now?
It's muted right now, so.
Okay, we close term using please.
Don't be one of the doors open.
we want to leave the doors open, try to circulate some air.
Okay. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order.
Okay, I was about to read the next one, a letter we received from a concerned citizen on the Callan extension. Dear Mayor Anderson and Councilors, I'm writing to express my disappointment in your recent decision to extend Callan Drive without taking into account the ideas put forth by the residents who live in this area and the over 400 or so residents who are interested in seeing the town develop in a responsible, environmentally sound way. Your town plan is a very good one, but you are not following it. You talk about being conscious about the environment, preserving green spaces, and creating new trails for the health and well-being of our citizens. but you disregard this with your decision to go forward to destroy existing trails which are used daily by many people in the community. As well, you are causing great concern for all the residents whose homes border the proposed Ellen Drive extension. I attended the large public meeting where many residents told you their concerns about the road. All who left that meeting felt that all the councillors were listening to them and that there was going to be a compromise. What a shock I had when I heard there was no further consultation, just a plunge ahead with your plan of your making. I've seen countless efforts by Lori Dyson and Jackie Compton-Hobbs since then to try and come up with a better solution, but there's no room for compromise with the rest of the council. The citizens have done their part with petitions, meetings, letters, rallies, but there is no movement. I'm hoping that you will give further thought to this whole situation and try to come up with a plan that will be satisfactory to all. Please reconsider the placement of Kellen Road Extension. I'm attaching a few pictures of trails that will be destroyed for your view. Sincerely yours, Mary Adams. She has pictures attached.
Dear Town Council of Valley-Goose Bay, to start, there is support for building this road, support for ensuring that traffic is reduced in adjacent neighborhoods, support for ensuring that streets are safer. That for me was never the problem. It is the placement of this road that is the issue. Citizens are looking to create positive dialogue about how to merge health and safety, environment and the economy in municipal planning decisions, not just regarding the Kellen Drive extension, but in the long term for all future developments. This is not a pay paradise and put up a parking lot situation. This is not the first step, but another step in a direction that a large number of town residents do not support. A step that contradicts the town land use plan that was developed, one that is not in the spirit of this town. We live in the remote areas because we want to access the trails in our backyards. We also don't want our communities to look like those in other regions that have been overdeveloped. We don't live in St. John's, we live in Labrador for a reason. Other areas that were cleared in the past were full of elder vegetation. However, this is not the case at the Kellen Drive site. Mature trees are present. As development on other areas continues, like the town center area, where historical recreation areas still exist, they should be maintained. In addition, in areas where vegetation does not exist, planting plans should be developed and implemented. Stormwater drainage in the Brett Street and town center area is a concern in addition to beautification of that development. It is nothing but one large mass of impervious land. Where is the storm water supposed to go? Where are the trees? This is bigger than one road extension. This is about ensuring what has been written in the town's land use plan becomes a reality. It is about how strategies within the town use plan are going to be implemented. Have town planning and engineering staff attended training or workshops on green municipal planning? What does the Federation of Canadian Municipalities have to offer? Have town staff and council members been reading up on the research on health benefits of green spaces and the importance of green spaces? Have there been meetings to discuss trail network connectivity? Why trails and trail networks are important. Trees and vegetation help control storm water runoff and will help reduce future maintenance costs of the proposed road. You are creating a substance that water cannot be absorbed into by creating roadways and parking lots. There needs to be a way to balance the two. Very important for climate change adaptation. Linkage to the town management plan. Environmental stewardship. Prioritize the ongoing protection and enjoyment of the environment by enhancing the quality of natural areas and ensuring the town is developed in an environmentally sound and responsible manner. To protect the natural environment, including natural drainage systems, wetlands, wildlife, plant and fish habitats, and responsibly manage community-related and natural resource development for the health, aesthetic, economic, and recreational benefit of the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. encourage partnerships and initiatives aimed at enhancing positive environmental attitudes and awareness, and promoting projects which will enhance the built environment, for example. Fostering a community family environment by promoting green belts, passive parks, and walking, hiking trails, and to promote a regular community cleanup program. Privacy, noise, and dust reduction. Linkage to the town plan use 3.1.8, character of town and compatible development 1, require that non-residential land uses located near residential areas will lay out and designed in a manner that is compatible with the neighborhood and minimizes potential nuisance factors such as the impact of traffic, noise, lighting, and signage on adjacent residential areas. Where necessary, screening will be required through the provision of trees, shrubs, banks and berms, landscaping, or fencing. Decrease home heating bills of adjacent buildings. This is another linkage to climate change adaptation. Create neighborhoods that we are proud to live in. Beautiful with trees, increased property values will increase your tax base. Areas that will attract young professionals and family, including much needed healthcare professionals, to settle in this community. The linkage to the town land use plan. To develop and implement development design guidelines for residential, commercial, industrial, public, institutional land uses to create more interesting, aesthetically pleasing urban landscape. Preserve and enhance the amenity of existing residential areas and protect residential quality of life and property values. Create recreational areas for off-road vehicles, skiers, for snowshoers, bikers, trail runners, walkers, naturalists, and kids. This is a big part of what makes this community special. Trailways are close to just about every development in town. This practice should be continued into the future. These trails should be kept continuous and should not fracture. The trails improve the physical and mental health of all community members. Linkage to the town use plan, providing for non-residential uses related to open space, parks, and trails to increase intra and inter-neighborhood connections. To promote the health of the community by enhancing active living opportunities such as trails and walkways, and particularly increase mobility for a growing population of seniors. Enhance public access to natural areas and open space. Enhance healthy community objectives by facilitating affordable active lifestyles and incorporating pedestrian connectivity in all development plans, both on-site within a subdivision and connections to adjacent neighborhoods via sidewalks, walkways, trails should be considered. Consider connectivity when reviewing subdivision and development applications in order to support ongoing work towards planning trail systems that will address the use identified in the active transportation study, particularly the pedestrian/ATV conflict. 2, consider preparation of a strategy to deal with ATV use on roads and the need for an ATV trail system, which could include finding a way to share existing corridors, streets, or trails, and developing new linkages. To encourage a network of open space, parks, and trails throughout the town to provide for both motorized and non-motorized trails to encourage active living in a northern community. Create natural habitat for wildlife. Again, linkages to the land use plan. Council will try to provide for conservation areas in all parts of town to allow for a balanced distribution of locations for both active and passive recreational pursuits and enhance the accessibility of publicly owned conservation areas where there is no danger to public safety and where significant natural features and ecological functions can be protected. I went to school for ecological restoration in Southern Ontario. I worked with the City of Charlottetown's Environmental Department and several stream restoration projects in PEI. I have seen the effects of continuing to make poor planning decisions. Cutting corners and costs this fiscal year in 10 to 20 to 50 years' time will cost the town a lot of money in the future. Climate change is real, it is happening, and we need to start to build a community that is prepared to handle larger volumes of rain runoff and stormwater. More extreme weather events are predicted. It is time to think about how we can prepare for the future. How can we make our communities more vibrant and healthy? It was hard not to notice the increase in the number of walkers in this community since the COVID-19 pandemic began. The green spaces in our town have been used more than ever. They are our escape from reality where anxiety levels can decrease. It is important to preserve them. We are in a period in history where we learn and pivot, take new information and make informed decisions. This is the theme of 2020. The same applies to this issue. There is still time to pivot, to shift back to the direction that you originally intended. The town's land use plan is a great place to start. There was a lot of great work put into the development of this land use plan. Let's start bringing the words to life. In the spirit of this land use plan, please reconsider the request from the Keller Drive residents. Keep the conservation open, do additional research, seek funding as needed, and obtain quotes before proceeding with the extension project. I look forward to continued positive discussions on how to implement the land use plan and keep Goose Green. Sincerely, Regina Wells.
Dear 12 Council.
Yeah, sorry, Council Department, I forgot, I made a phone call during the break and I forgot to turn it off. It's noisy, so just wait till it turns off.
Dear 12 Council, Valley-Goose Bay. This letter is in reference to the town of Valley-Goose Bay's current proposal for the Callan Drive reconstruction and extension project, and some considerations I'm encouraging the 12 Council make before proceeding with this project. We have the luxury of living in communities where green space is abundant. We aren't restricted to the limitations of a city where subdivisions need to be densely built in order to maximize building lots. Why not take advantage of what already exists? Mature trees, green space buffers, trail systems. It seems contradictory to destroy these assets, things that homeowners and communities value and seek out, yet spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a trail study that promotes exactly what is about to be dismantled by the current Callan Drive reconstruction and existing project proposal. What a poor use of taxpayer dollars, the tax dollars you refuse to raise, yet have no qualms about spending on a trail study that is proving useless if you don't lose any sleep over destroying trail infrastructure that already exists. We have consistently heard from councillors that there is no more money to do anything above and beyond what the council is currently proposing. However, a councillor at the public consultation meeting in March referenced it is our job to come up with the money. Where is the evidence that council has tried to do this? What fiscal changes have you considered? What budget options have been explored? This same council is refusing to raise town taxes to offset the increased cost. Raising town taxes should be a last resort, not a first option. It is the council's solution to every unforeseen expense. If the town has a record snowfall year where the snow clearing cost far exceeds the budgeted amount, it is the town's solution to simply raise town taxes. It concerns me as a resident of this community that the option to raise town taxes to offset a one-time expense can so previously resorted to as the only option. Do councillors truly feel that this is the only way that costs can overrun and be paid? The town has a responsibility to explain and justify their spending decisions, and if residents are making an impossible request, it only makes sense that council be able to provide insight as to why there's deemed it impossible. By not entertaining or exploring any other options and only resorting to raising a tax, they are not honoring their fiduciary duty as a town councilor and not doing what's the best interest of its residents. I understand that residents of the community are concerned with the influx of traffic, dust, and noise that exists with the current road system on Port Railroad, and it's very important to address these concerns. However, I also feel that the more exploration needs to be done to meet the needs of the residents, as well as the residents trying to preserve green space within the Kellan Drive extension. Otherwise, all we're doing is solving the problem of one part of the town and shifting to a new part of town. I urge the council to delay its decision to bring the Kellan Drive reconstruction and extension project to center to allow more time to find a compromise that can work for both council and residents. I don't believe that this needs to end at an impasse. This is not an impossible task. Sincerely, Carl Adams.
I received notice regarding the Kellan Drive extension in February of this year, and I have been concerned with the advancements of this property since it began. The letter I received at my door on February 20th, requesting input by February 24th, outlined the intent to provide a 30-meter buffer at a reasonable distance from property lines to the road right of way. Where this distance could not be met, there would be a sand berm and sound barrier fence installed. If extending from the current road endpoint requires sound mitigation barriers or road reconstructing, then it can be concluded that the most recent extension of Kellan Drive from Tukushima to Elfler is inadequately planned and placed. Currently, we are in a situation where the town is moving forward with placing a road that is in a proximity that is still concerning to residents in the area. As a result of these concerns, we had further consultation in June regarding this matter. Going into this meeting, the concerned residents in the area felt it was wise to bring forth a plan that we felt would align with the current 10-year development plan, and as well provide a natural buffer of trees and space to mitigate noise, sound, dust, and light pollution from the road. Concerned residents decided that if the road was installed parallel to an existing trail in the area, that it would adhere to the 10-year plan accurately by referencing the following quotes from the plan. Environmental awareness, 5.0. Encourage partnerships and initiatives aimed at enhancing positive environmental attitudes and awareness, and promoting projects which will enhance the built environment, for example, fostering community, family environment by promoting green belts, passive parks, walking, hiking trails, and to promote a regular cleanup program. 2.3.2 Objectives and objectives for the social pillar of sustainability include to promote the health of the community by enhancing active living opportunities such as trails and walkways, and particularly increased mobility for a growing population of seniors. To contribute to community pride by developing and implementing landscaping and development design standards to beautify the community, to provide access to recreational and social activities at the Labrador YMCA for residents of all ages and incomes, enhance public access to natural areas and open space, encourage the development of walking trails within and between the neighborhoods of the town, Spruce Park, MOT, Goose Bay. These are direct quotes from the town's own 10-year plan, which was consulted on and studied extensively. I'm sure this was a costly plan to produce. As a resident, I find it morally irresponsible to spend such time and resources to develop a plan and vision only to disregard it through development while citing financial responsibility. The concerned residents of the area have compiled a petition of 470 plus signatures and hosted a rally of 50 plus people to show support for their desired placement of the road. At this point in the development process, residents are only requesting that a costing and mapping be produced so the alternative option can be considered. Our 10-year municipal plan regarding surveying and gathering information cites that the community survey had a very high response with 183 people participating through the town's Facebook page. The residents were overall longtime residents of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. Why is 183 respondents a significant response rate for surveying, while 470 plus respondents regarding a concern over road placement considered not significant enough to warrant a second look at infrastructure development? This road will be a permanent fixture in our community and will never be removed or repositioned to correct any oversights in judgment during the planning phase. I urge this council to please reconsider the placement of this road and work with the residents of the community that have concerns over this development. We feel as though placing the road parallel to the trail will preserve a multi-use trail that can be promoted as an alternate route for off-road traffic on Cullen Drive. This will mitigate dust problems for this portion of the road and could allow Cullen Drive to revegetate along the shoulder of this section of road. The trail will also provide recreational routes for snowmobiles and off-road vehicles to access cabin and fishing areas of town without having to drive on residential roads to leave a neighborhood. The current obstacle to overcome regarding reconsidering the placement of this road is financial responsibility. I believe that if we cost the alternative route and see what the actual difference will be, we can then have an open, accurate decision on fiscal liability. We can look at potential options like resident donations or resident-led fundraising initiatives. What options have currently been entertained with the town to come up with any portion of funds for these changes? Can we sit and have a financial conversation regarding how far apart we actually are before locking into a development that can never be revisited? As our town moves forward, we can always repave roads or reconstruct sidewalks. We can always upgrade infrastructure like the arena or rebuild backstops to the baseball fields. We can always fund trail studies or upgrade current trails in the community. We will never be able to revisit the placement of Cullen Drive, and this needs to be planned with foresight and a vision. I urge this 12th council have had Valley-Goose Bay to listen to its residents and address our concerns. Sincerely, Jamie Abbas and Laura Bagtop.
Dear Mayor and Deputy Mayor Palmer and Council, we are submitting this letter to address our concerns about the potential impact of recent events against the Cullen Drive expansion proceeding as per schedule with the allocated budget amount. We have been writing for years about our concerns regarding the use of Court Railroad, our small residential road for commercial industrial traffic. This residential road is not built for the 8-ton traffic that we are seeing from the movement of wide load mobile boxes, heavy equipment, and transport tractor trailers that carry goods and heavy equipment. The Cullen Drive extension will be built to provincial standards to withstand heavy load traffic. The vibration and noise issues that we are experiencing on our small roads will not have the same impact. For us, there is no easement or buffer to protect against noise, dust, and vibration from heavy traffic. This industrial traffic is literally in the front doorsteps of our properties. We will keep saying it. Status quo will not do. This plan has been in place for over 20 years. Please stay the course. We understand that the current Cullen Drive extension will provide this easement that is behind the backs of the adjacent properties, and most of the residents are near the front of the property lines. To the potential for issues is reduced even further. The backyard length, the easement, and then a road built to withstand heavy traffic all provide mitigating measures. We were never been afforded any of these opportunities despite our long-term and strenuous objections. The decision by the town to adopt the option that is currently going out for tender is the best that can be achieved with the funding available. How else can we resurface Cullen Drive to 8-ton acceptable surface, reroute the dangerous intersection at Heffler, address the resurfacing at Tukwashina, including the dangerous intersection there, and look at the future growth of the town as a whole? We've been looking at the 2012 CPCL report as well. Any delay potentially put funding at risk for limited benefit and risk long-term detrimental effects for those of us heavily impacted on our street and adjacent streets. Of course, we support green space use in the town. As Michelle mentioned on Facebook, on the town website, we have contributed to the Bertrand Boardwalk system and use it. We have attended past town development open house sessions and spoken with green spaces in municipalities as well. They are important to both residents and tourists in our great town. We wonder if more centrally accessible by many residents located green spaces development might be possible. The ATV trail, the people of use for walking to not accessible by many residents, and ideas around developing green space in community use great areas might hard to see. Do we want to take up that last paragraph?
You want me to do it?
It's too hard to see, yeah.
I do. We wonder if, we have attended past town development session and spoke about green space and municipality as well. They are important to both residents and tourism to our great town. We wonder if more centrally located green space development might be possible. The ATV trail that people use for walking is not accessible by many residents, and ideas around developing green space in commonly used areas might be another avenue to explore. There are such interesting places in our beautiful town. The old creek system that ran through town used to be used by many, and there were even stories of people who grew up fishing in the creek. There is a riverbank walking trail that is still used. It could be better fortified for residents' use. Fortified up for residents' use. These are just two historically grounded trail systems that could serve more residents overall. The other opportunity is further fund Healthy Waters Labrador to continue their great work on boardwalk interpretation and education space to ensure success for years to come. Also, ATV use has been impacting some of the great beer and fishing spaces outside town. A regulated ATV trail system that takes traffic away from residential property and town roads would be ideal for exploration as well. The concept may be similar to the snowmobile trail system that is graded and safe, where people can access and maintain trail system and use their machines to access our beautiful outdoor spaces without further damaging green spaces. We just worry that the impact of not proceeding while the funds are available will see circulating progress. And then where do we find ourselves? We would rather see funding investment in an accessible green space initiative, trail system in the centrally located part of town, rather than increasing a buffer around a selected number of homes for the same purpose, in an area that is less accessible to the majority of residents. Respectfully submitted on behalf of Brandon, and Michelle.
Well, I mean, there's 100 and something pages of comments.
Yeah, it should be noted too, in the July package, there's all of the comments that support the,
I think there's one more letter that should be read, but it's not, signed, but I understand it can't be read yet.
you should read it yourself, because it's hard to pick out.
But,
Yeah, you read it.
okay. Potential for trauma. Both people who signed the petition never saw Johnny Hill on the trail, neither reality check. Plenty of trails will remain if some are removed. People from here walk in roads such as County Drive and Transmitter Road as opposed to trails. People from here walk on roads such as County Drive and Transmitter Road as opposed to trails. Families with small children should be believed to know to move
Heavy equipment.
heavy equipment traffic anyway for residential streets for kids class. Pictures on social media don't show the whole picture. It's not that pretty in lots of places where you encounter storage areas and garbage dumps. Unless you use Sky
Oops.
to elevate the road, there will always be some obstruction. So councillors, stick to your guns, because we citizens should not have to subsidize the wishes of one or two people whose concerns seem to be for their own benefit as opposed for the public good. Thank you. Yes, no person should have a problem finding green space and have Valley-Goose Bay, Newfoundland and Labrador. We have hundreds of trails stretching from our lake to the top of Dome Mountain.
And, yeah, I was gonna say earlier, should we know it's in the package, included is the, almost 500 signatures, 450, whatever it is, petition. And Paul's comments, I don't know how many there, just pages and pages of comments who support moving the road back, looking at the options, how much it costs. So that is all included as correspondence. This council did not discuss it, so we felt, or I felt, I guess others, that it should be read here tonight, because, it would have went on deaf ears because of the motion coming up, and we had no discussion on all that correspondence that was received.
There's also a letter from, the sheet from, Michelle and Brendan.
You just read
Just
that.
read that.
Okay, we've gone through the correspondence, we'll move on to the committees and recommendations, and we go to, municipal services, Councillor Frank.
Okay, our meeting was held on July the 7th. President was myself, Councillor Michelle Bakey, Town Manager Robert Andrews, Municipal Engineer Randy Dillon, Superintendent Frank Brown, Superintendent Keith Pye, Fire Chief Brad Butler, Executive Assistant Kathy Eddy, PR Manager William Williams, regrets from Deputy Mayor Pomeroy. Meeting was called to order at 4:32 p.m. Review the previous minutes, action items, no errors or omissions. Manager reports, Fire Department Chief Butler's report was attached and reviewed. Reported since last meeting there have been 7 emergency calls for assistance for a total of 55 to date. Advised that all fire apparatuses fully serviceable, and they are still awaiting completion and delivery for the RRU as delays to COVID-19 are affecting the time frame. Chief Butler advised various funding initiatives have been made with respect to the Fire Department funding, and the Fire Department has been awarded a grant from the International Grenfell Association in the amount of $13,200 to go toward the SCBA replacement program. Chief Butler also advised that FF1 training continues as 5 volunteer firefighters work toward their certification. Chief Butler provided a fire services agreement draft for committee to review and recommend. Committee suggested having a special council meeting to pass the agreement. That meeting, if I'm not mistaken, we already had, and everything was passed unanimously. Under Public Works, Manager's report was attached and reviewed. Manager advised that the department continues to attempt to continue operations in a productive manner while maintaining practices that will be considered safe for staff and the general public. Crews have performed regular seasonal duties such as road grading, sweeping, shoulder maintenance, landfill burial, as well as assisting other departments. He advised that tipping fees to date were at approximately $166,000, and checked late last week, and our tipping fees to date then was down to $171,000. Manager also advised that annual spring cleanup started. One entire patch of not all through town. Advised that seasonal staff have been recalled later than usual, may affect the completion of some seasonal tasks. Residential yard waste area continues to have a significant amount of inappropriate material dumped. Maintenance of this area will be delayed due to resources being focused elsewhere. Manager advised that the new sweeper has been in regular use, since April 27, with the entire town having been swept at least twice. Water and sewer manager's report was attached and reviewed. Manager advised that there has been a lot of maintenance ongoing in this department, including fence repairs, painting, etc. Sandhill operated. He said Sandhill is operating with no major issues, and well 6 and 7 were tested with no issues. working on a plan to repair the air line in cell 2 at the wastewater treatment plant. Other than that, there are no issues. At the wastewater treatment plant, he advised that damaged fire hydrants and steam playground have been repaired, provided an update on several lift station upgrades, advising that Western Pump is continuing with the project, and so far number 5 is complete, number 15 is awaiting switch over from hydro, number 7 is awaiting on hydro to disconnect the building, and PRV station upgrades for the hospital lines are complete. He advised that water flushing is planned for the north side, Spruce Park, and MOT with good progress may move to the valley. Manager advised he has recalled 2 labourers and will have 2 more back next week. Said that he is still getting complaints from residents about the noise from the wastewater treatment plant. Consideration will have to be given to some solutions, for example, a berm or a noise wall. Engineering, manager report was attached and reviewed. Manager advised that this is week 62 for the on-site construction of the wellness centre, with painting, tile installation and other finishing activities continuing. A tour of the facility is being arranged for council next week and for media toward the end of August. Lift station upgrades construction is underway and completion is expected by September. Advised that contract for Broomfield safety renovations has been awarded to Mass Development and a meeting is arranged for later in the week. Manager said that with respect to Kellen Drive extension, he is working with the consultant on how to proceed and what additional costs may be involved. Contract for trail upgrades has been awarded to Design Management Group and design is underway. Manager said the drawings for the RV park building and civil drawings have been submitted and are under review. Manager also advised that the town mechanic is working on installing the AVLs in town vehicles. He said that the new pickup truck has arrived and the high roof service van is not expected for another few months. So Mayor, that is my report. I ask to be accepted as presented, and I do have one recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Palmer. Are there any questions for Councillor Grant? Councillor?
I thought it was second.
I have a question.
Second. Okay.
You said that all roads were swept?
I did say one pass, I think.
I just got a message that mine wasn't swept.
Sweeper has been in regular use since April 22nd, the entire town having been swept at least twice.
Yeah, I just got a message that your road wasn't swept, so.
So what road was what?
Valley-Goose Avenue, so you can follow up with that one.
Yeah.
And also too, I put in a request a couple of weeks, or sent an email to all the council and management, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago, on alders, and I'm continuing alders, brush.
Okay, yeah.
Continuing to get complaints after complaints after complaints. Some of the areas are, street corner, Grenville corner on this end, not towards Moose Corner, the other end. Queen of Peace around that area, alders around the street, many streets, Michelin Street. I asked 2 or 3 weeks ago, can it be cleared back? It's the same issue every year. People call in and complain about the overgrowth of alders and brush. So can you follow up with that?
I can, yeah. A matter of fact, I did see a spot today that could probably use some rock clearing as well.
Yeah, we're not sure why we need to get complaints from the community when.
There's also quite a few up in MOT too, and I
Yeah.
would venture to say that we're probably 3 weeks ahead.
Yeah.
In eligible last year compared to
Yeah.
others, but there is, and also we need to check, because I'm not sure who's responsible, like I'd say on the corner of McDonald and some of the other streets. I'm not sure if that would be us or if that would be Department of Highways.
Yeah.
But also too, I noticed when you go around McDonald, that on the turn there, that there's trees and the people are hanging it over the road, so.
Yeah.
You would have our staff check into
it and see what we can do with it.
what can be done. They would have to talk to the homeowners as to trees on their residence.
A lot of areas need to be looked at.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I mentioned this in the last couple of meetings, the line painting on Kellen Drive going into MMC, the school, Lawrence O'Brien, is still not done. There's
Okay.
lines going up, but there's no lines with arrows turning in or,
That's the turning lane you're talking about, right?
yes.
Yeah, because I noticed that, actually noticed that today.
I brought it up several times, 2 or 3, I don't know, 5 times, and there's still nothing done. And, yeah, the back road, Helen Drive, to turn out.
Only to be met.
Turning lane.
They got, like, where you turn in, they got the place, all the yellow lines are painted, but the turning arrows are not painted.
There's usually a straight arrow to go straight, and the turning arrow that's not done. And I know that the town has recently bought new line painting equipment, so
Yeah.
there's no reason it shouldn't be done.
No.
And the whole Kellen Drive and back is all done. Everything's done except for the arrows going in.
The arrow going into Mealy Mountain.
And just to add there, Mayor, they were actually painting up along the Lyle Street area yesterday, and that whole subdivision's been done as well. So they've been pretty busy with the new paint sheet.
So also, I'd like just to add, that, I don't know, I think this falls under my department, probably enforcement, that, as far as I know, there is gonna be a speed bump installed at the corner of Woodland and Spruce.
Yeah.
I think it was Randy I talked to on that, and I think he also mentioned about one for Roberts and another one for Mecca.
Yeah, we discussed that in enforcement as well.
Well, there's also a discussion, and we received a letter as well from Kim and Gary Callahan about cutting back the brush up behind the area, Justin. There's a lot of problems up in that area, and there's seniors apartments.
Oh,
up
yeah,
there.
yeah, I think
What's
it's working
happening
on
is they're being accosted by people that are coming out of the woods.
Yeah,
So they've requested that this, that area be cut back.
yeah,
And I know that letter came to our council.
yeah,
I'm assuming that can be acted upon sooner rather than later, because it's getting to be a big problem up there. I'm
Yeah.
getting messages from seniors themselves,
I've had
not
messages
through
from,
Facebook,
Yeah.
but phone calls from
Yeah.
seniors themselves who
Yeah.
are afraid to come out of the door.
I did see the correspondence on that.
Some of us did respond to Kim and Gary, but I mean, this is not something that, we've asked about many areas in town being cleared. I know you're not gonna tear down every tree in Goose Bay, it's not gonna solve it, but in certain areas, and that's one in particular, and we responded, and I think we need to take action on that, because that's a serious act.
Yeah.
Something serious.
Now, we did, I never discussed this, but we did, Councillor Beggy, at our last municipal service meeting, we discussed, I think, some of what their concerns are there now with respect to brushes. So just to fill you in on what went on was.
I'd say we read that, Sean, because.
Yeah, the brush clearing, Councillor Beggy asked consideration will be given to certain parts of town.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is, last night I took, the MVP leader, Allison Kaufman, over the trails, and, the garbage out there is disgusting, and I don't know why we need to wait till next year to budget money to pick up some garbage and, clean up some brush. I mean, that's something that can be done now. Why are we waiting? And I've been bringing that forward for years, like, even right here behind the town hall. As we walked through last night, we ran into a group of people who were, consuming alcohol right behind the town hall. And the bags and mounds of garbage out there was unreal. So I don't know why we got to budget money next year to, put in place to have some contractor come in and clean up garbage when, you know, we could take a drive through and somehow we gotta fix it.
Maybe the town manager can clarify, that's not a budget item, that's regular operations, correct?
I would say.
Brush clearing, and that's factored into your.
Brush clearing is budgeted up to, I guess, a certain amount of time and area. So what I can add at the moment is, just yesterday I did have a conversation with the Roads and Grounds Superintendent, and we'll be meeting again maybe through the day tomorrow, but before the end of the week, and we did speak about some highlight areas of concern, primarily as it impacts, I guess, some of the foot traffic and the transients and the transients, I guess, topic and the visibility or lack thereof. So, for example, behind the town office, we should have some cutting or clearing happening there over the next few days. There are some other areas that we did pinpoint that we'll be having a look at. Based on the conversation here over the last few minutes, I'll also add to that discussion some of the intersects and the roadsides that were brought up here this evening, and there should be a plan to start over the next few days.
Councillor Thompson-Hobbs and myself were in trails a few weeks ago, and that was one of the areas we identified to everybody as being an area of concern. And I think it's probably a priority area because of the residents being seniors and not feeling safe leaving their apartment, as was outlined in the letter. So I think, you know, waiting and having something done there, I think it should be put on a priority list.
I'd like to point out two more areas that I went to last night too that's absolute disgusting, disgraceful. One is behind RBC between Markland and Grenfell. It's disgusting, disgusting. And you can see the houses from Markland, and it's just right there in the backyards. And the other area was behind the Anglican church down that way, that area. The one
Actually, I was talking to Reverend Nellie, and she did express some concerns about. They're continuously cleaning up, but she said there's to no avail. They clean it up one day and the next day it's back pretty much the same state as what it was before.
It's a dump in some of the trails in there.
Yeah.
And, they need to be cleaned up. We gotta figure something out in trails.
Yeah.
It's happening between all the roads. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
a lot of us have been in the roads, and I know Mr. Baker has been in the area between Cartwright and Grenfell, and the area has been cleaned up, and then within a couple of days, it's in the same state again. So, you know, there's a lot of senior residents down that way as well.
Yeah.
I've been living too on several occasions behind the Royal Bank and down back of the Friendship Center up there, and I know he's been there quite a few times, but it sounds like no way. All we can ask is to keep on checking as much as you can. Are there any further questions for Councillor Cran's report? There being none, all in favor of the report?
Aye.
Carried unanimous. Do you have a recommendation?
I do have a recommendation. Municipal Services Committee recommends that a tender be issued for the 2020 paving projects for local roads, Killen Drive reconstruction and Killen Drive extension, which will be based on option number 2 that incorporates a 14-meter buffer.
I'll second that, Your Worship.
It's been moved by Councillor Cran, seconded by Councillor Pomeroy. Are there any discussion on the recommendation brought forward?
I'd like to bring a motion forward to amend the motion. Do I wait till discussion or wait till after discussion?
I didn't hear you, sorry, Councillor.
I would like to bring a motion forward to amend the motion.
Okay.
Do I wait until this after discussion or bring it forward now? And
This one will be on the table, and you go with the motion to amend.
before this motion is passed, we'll amend the motion to amend. So I wanna amend this motion.
Okay.
So we're gonna discuss this motion first?
That is the process I do believe to discuss.
I need a seconder to bring a second amendment forward, so
I'll second the amendment.
once I bring it forward.
So do we have to?
We should take a recess to shorten the right process to follow.
Yeah, is that 2 motions that we're voting on now or one?
You brought a motion forward, you got a seconder.
Yes.
Now we need to have a discussion.
That motion is on the table.
But don't that motion have to be voted on now before we?
No, discuss it before.
Can we
Take a recess.
I'll look for clarity.
recess for 5 minutes?
I have it here.
We've done it before, so I don't know why we need a recess. We brought about amendments to motion.
The audio is still on, although I got that.
No, what?
You want?
The audio is still on.
Did you put cold water up there? Mine's on, it was hot.
Now we're gonna this back. I'm still alive.
Scissor sounds like we're in a tunnel. I'm here, no, I'm here.
Am I still alive?
No, we need a move. That should. What am I amended to? I was going to which will be based on other options. Or reconsider. And this is. Which will be based on option or James option? I don't remember that just came out of nowhere. Before this motion is approved.
Yeah. Carl wants to know if you tripped over the phone call again.
Everything's still, we're still,
Okay,
just that.
yeah. Didn't get here, so anyway, talking loud.
Oh, we can hear you.
Huh?
Can hear you.
She can hear?
Oh, God, it is so hot in this room, eh?
Boys, we're going for a pop, I suppose. So have we heard with chief?
Oh.
Okay, we're ready to resume the meeting, and town manager, can you tell us what the procedure is?
With reference back to the municipal handbook, the amendment to motion will be as follows, and I'll just briefly read the section for council information. During discussion of a motion, an amendment may be moved at any time, subject to the normal rules of debate, such as not interrupting another speaker. An amendment may only modify the main motion and must not substantively change its intent. An amendment must be seconded, but if no seconder can be found, then the amendment may not be discussed and debate returns to the primary motion. If properly moved and seconded, debate is limited to the amendment. An amendment can be moved to an amendment by the same process, but there should be prevention of more than one amendment being discussed at the same time. So based on the reading here, the original motion would stay on the table until the amendment is presented and seconded.
And then we debate the amendment?
At which point the amendment is debated, not the original motion.
So do we vote on the amendment as a council?
If the amendment is presented, seconded, and debated, then once it has been seconded, it can be debated and then it must be voted on.
So we're gonna discuss this one and then we're gonna amend the other motion, the motion.
I think the procedure is that you would have to put forward an amendment to the motion right now. That would be the amendment.
I would like to amend make a motion. The Municipal Services Committee recommends that a tender be issued for 2020 paving projects for local roads, Callan Drive reconstruction and the Callan Drive extension. And it says which will be based on option 2 that incorporates a 14-meter buffer. I'd like for that to read that which will be based on another option that has been presented to council at a cost of $1,750 at a 29-meter buffer.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So now we're gonna debate that, discuss that motion you put forward.
No, we have to discuss this.
What?
We have to discuss your amendment.
Yeah, we're gonna discuss the first one first.
No, we haven't discussed
The
the
amendment gets discussed
amendment
first.
gets discussed.
Okay, so there's not much discussion to have. We've heard from many residents of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. We got a petition on 500 names. We had almost 60 people show up for a protest. They've asked over and over and over and over for us to look at another option of $1,750, which the town did not even respond to Mr. A. Abbott. So I'm bringing this motion forward tonight that we amend the motion to add that which will be based on another option of which will cost the town $1,750. That will incorporate a further than 14-meter buffer. I believe it's at 29 feet.
29 meters.
Yeah, meter buffer. And I don't know what else I could say besides that it's talked to death, it's beat to death. We started this back in February. There was lack of communication with the residents who came to the public consultation. We said it over and over, the ball was dropped. We are elected by these people. We are elected to find some type of compromise. We can't fearmonger with the residents of Happy Valley-Goose Bay by saying our taxes will have to go up if we move the road back. We're gonna put a road in place, we better get it right, because once everything's destroyed down there, there's no going back. So, I strongly support looking at another option at the cost of $1,750 before this motion goes forward. And, I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, you read all the letters, you heard all the concerns from the residents. This is not about extending Callan Drive, it's about getting it right the first time around. We haven't really looked at other ways of, we really don't know the actual cost, so we're gonna vote on something here tonight that we don't even know the actual cost of.
I think due diligence here warrants that we at least in an act of good faith look at the option of the $1,750 so that CDCL can present us what the residents are requesting. I think as an act of good faith, where we've already admittedly said that we dropped the ball, every councillor sitting around this table dropped the ball on communicating with the residents of this area. And I think as an act of good faith in, you know, what happens after this new option, this $1,750 to show what a new option would be, whether it's decided down the road that it goes with that, or it goes with this, or it goes with another option. I think it's very important that the council looks at what they've done wrong in not communicating with the residents, makes a commitment in the future that they will communicate with the residents, or at least will follow through with the commitment to communicate. Because we all know, we didn't do what we said we were gonna do. And for $1,750 to look at this option, well, I don't see any harm in that. And I cannot understand why the council can't say, look, we fooled up, we made a mistake, let's do our part and try and make it right.
So right now, my concern is I guess the financial part of it. And I can't.
$1,750.
Yeah,
what you're concerned of?
what are they going to come back with? A cheaper
We don't
option?
know. We don't
well,
know.
Laurie, it's not going to be any cheaper than like going 29 meters from 14 meters.
We don't know.
I mean,
do you know that, Chuck?
We got 4 different.
So do you seriously think that they're going to come back with a cheaper?
I can't say what they're going to
Well,
come
no,
back
I
with,
suppose
but
I can't either, but-
$1,750.
I just don't. The numbers just don't jive in my head that you can go 29 meters cheaper than you can go 14
We don't
meters.
know that. We don't know that. We don't know what the option is. So nobody can say what the amount is going to be for an option, but $1,750.
No, I know what you're saying. It's not a lot of money. No, I know what you're saying.
Exactly, it's
not a lot of money, but
It's not a lot of money to act in good faith and say, look, we didn't listen to you. We'll listen. We'll do this. At the very least, we will offer you this and look at this option.
But you know what? I think we did listen, but that's only
When
my
did we listen?
that's
John?
only my opinion.
We didn't
Well, they
listen.
came. We had a consultation, and they presented, you know, what they wanted.
We had a
and
consultation and we told them that we would.
we went from 3
communicate with
meters.
them.
We went from 3 meters to 14 meters for a buffer zone. So I mean, and that's and there was nothing. There were maybe 1 or 2 people maybe mentioned trails. This trail was an afterthought.
It's not an
That's
afterthought.
not-
We're a member
that's
of
only
the
my
Stewardship
opinion.
Association. I go to meetings twice a year.
Yeah, that's only my
We
opinion.
represent the community.
Right, so,
We signed
and I'm
an
entitled to my
agreement in
opinion.
2004.
$1,750 not a lot of money.
$1,750, come on.
Councillor Conroy?
Information I received from the town engineer, which he obtained from the consultant regarding buffers, 3 meter buffer, no additional funds required. 14 meter buffer, 122,000 additional funds required. Now this is estimates based on the consultant. A 30 meter buffer, $287,000 additional funds required. A 60 meter buffer, $342,000 additional funds required. And that don't include the cost of paving the top of Courtville Road to where Town Drive would extend. So those are the numbers from the town engineer that you obtained from the consultant. So 30 meter buffer, to answer your question, 29 meters, 1 meter is not gonna change $280,000.
That's a rough estimate.
200,
There's
you gotta
no-
follow rough estimates.
There's no actual cost.
Right.
And if you read Jamie Addison's letter at all, you would know that he said his new proposal option would be to bend in, the road so that there's less pavement for Courtville Road.
So that would bring it closer to the plane.
No, he's talking about at the end of Courtville Road, so it wouldn't bring it in behind Anna Galvey's house, no. $1,750, like if you guys can sleep with that at night and making a decision by moving forward without listening to the people, you heard it yourself here tonight, you we read the letters, there's almost 500 signatures on a petition. I just cannot justify being elected by the people and not listening to them, and at the end of the day, if the $1,750 is out of our league,
Then so be it.
so be it. But if we can't listen to the people and get an option,
They've even offered to pay the $1,750 themselves, and they can't even get it looked at because the town is preventing CBCL from doing it.
I don't think that's.
Yes,
That's in an email.
Robert, can you, I asked a question, and I don't think CBCL will go there and do the option.
if the town
or
gives
the-
direction, sorry to cut you off, Mayor, I asked this question last week. If the town gives direction, then they will do it.
But, you know, look, it's only $1,750, but all we're gonna do is pay the consultant $1,750 to come back and tell us exactly what it told us in the options that,
I
granted their estimates, but that's all we're gonna do is pay him $1,750, and he's gonna.
Tell us the same thing again.
Tell us the same thing.
I think you're wrong. If you read the letters, you know that he's shown a different angle altogether with the road. It's gotta reduce the paving costs. It's gotta reduce other expenses if the road is gonna be rerouted a different way. I mean, if you read the email, you'd see that what he's proposing in there is a completely different road.
Randy, can you give us some clarification too,
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't looked at detail on what the Jamie Vest's option was, but should not, it depends too on the design requirements of the road, how it enters into a courtyard. So how you wouldn't put a Kevin Drive extension at an angle going into courtyard. So, you know, you shouldn't, it would not save a whole lot of money on paving and courtyard. It would be a difference, but I really can't say that would be a significant.
And again, we don't know. We don't know. We're all
I
guessing.
don't know until the options considered, we actually had the extra secured by CBCL.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Randy, can I ask you a question? Wasn't there something in an email, alluding to the fact that CBCL would not give us that option without permission from the town?
That's right, CBCL, CBCL is the town's client, and they will not only work for anyone else in relation to this project unless,
Unless the town gives permission for it to be done.
Yeah, so we can give permission, right? And Randy,
They'll do the work.
while you're there, Randy, I wanna talk about this with the original amendment, motion, but, everybody keeps alluding to the 2012, study that was done. For the record, I want this out here, because, Robert, Michelle and Vern Wood, Robert Way, Jamie, Abbas, they all refer to the land suitability assessment and design concepts, final report from September 2012. This council, just so the public's aware, this council did not, and I repeat, did not review this study and land assessment suitability until people started asking for it a couple months ago. Yeah, you might have it in front of you, but we did not have a discussion on this assessment ever with this council, and I also asked the town engineer if he reviewed it, and he did not review it either, so that needs to be clear to the public.
Was that shown out on the council?
Did not,
Councilor, I'd like to clarify that was reviewed because I wasn't aware of it.
exactly, yes.
It brought my attention when I came to work with the town, so I didn't review it. I was not aware of the report.
That's
And to my knowledge, it was never adopted by council back in 2012 years, so,
Just to interrupt there, Randy, the actual motion to accept this was indeed adopted
In,
at
in
the
2014.
April 24th, 2012 meeting, moved by Councilor Bill Matthews, seconded by Deputy Mayor George Andrews, to accept the land suitability assessment and design concept report from CBCL.
And that's fine, 8 years ago that was, adopted, this 12th council did not, I repeat, did not review it as a council.
That should have been something that was made available to the town engineer.
And we keep hearing about it from, like I just said, from residents who are concerned, but we did not review the 2012 suitability assessment. It came up after people started looking for it. And that is very important to the public for them to know that, I believe. I, as a councillor elected by the community, do not want to be accused of not following a plan or a study or assessment or accessibility that we didn't even look at.
I can speak to that if I speak. That motion.
You can speak to it all you want. I'm speaking for myself. I did not review any study or.
I reviewed it, and I reviewed the Western Hefner Western Hefner agreement as well. The land suitability assessment and design concept study or report that was done by CDCL was to look at the suitability of future housing developments north of Kellan and look at the suitability of those housing to increase future growth and development in our community. And they looked at hydrology, they looked at the archaeology issues that might be in that area, they looked at wetlands, they looked at groundwater tables. There's a whole host of things they looked at, all with the intent of looking at future subdivision growth in our community.
Yeah,
That was the purpose of the report.
I reviewed it too last month, just like you. We've been
No, I
on the
reviewed it.
council
I
for
didn't
4
review it
years.
before
Work.
I voted.
Come on now, you did not review
I
that. You were the
reviewed it.
chair of development and planning.
That was adopted.
It wasn't
did not review it in your committee.
reviewed, your worship, until we started looking at everything else.
Yeah, you did not review it, so that's
I
bottom
didn't
line.
review the committee.
No, we did
No,
not.
I reviewed it.
No.
You might have last month, but you did
But
not.
obviously, it would be something that would be in a document. It's back in 2012. It would be a document that you would think would have been afforded to the town engineer.
There's a lot of documents that probably no one's aware of.
Oh,
So this is not the
absolutely.
only one, there's a lot of documents that I'm
I
sure.
think he's got a report that we can look at it.
I'm sure there's a lot of documents that have been filed over the course of the years that
Yeah.
have not been reviewed by each member of council.
I would think it's
Economic
important.
development is another development.
We've been reading that
And
report on.
that recommendation was brought forward by that council, and there's decisions made by the previous council that we got to live with.
The 10th council. But anyway, I would think it's very important that if we're gonna make a decision on a 2 million, 4 million road, that we look at a previous study that was completed, we didn't even discuss it, and then it comes thrown in our face that where's it to, and asking questions about something that we didn't even look at, like, that don't make any sense to me.
That was all brought, and that was brought to council, and the options of moving from option 1, which was the first one, to option 2.
It was
For
brought,
10 years, we talked about, we had information from CBCL on option 3, option 4, and then it was option 5.
yeah, it was brought to council.
And council agreed at that time that they would move ahead with option 2.
It was brought to council after the fact. It was brought to council when the citizens started speaking out, which was a few months ago. So, the public needs to know that stuff, right? I mean, we're gonna vote on something that we didn't even previously review, and I mean, such an impact to our community. And you know, Sean, you talked about trails, I mean, we got over $200,000 allotted to upgrade trails, and in the meantime, we're gonna destroy them. And I just want the public to know too, that I don't live in this area. It has no impact on me, but I got common sense to know that many people in this community use that trail. And I cannot imagine this winter when they go there under ski and they can't cross the road on that trail, it's gotta be all rerouted.
I don't think people got problems with crossing any road in town, because every road in town cuts across the trail somewhere or another. And the snowmobiles cuts across Kellan Drive, at 3 or 4 points along Kellan Drive now, and a point down there is not gonna be, they're not gonna say, well, we can't cross the road, because we don't do it anyway.
Obviously, you don't understand that it connects to all the other trails.
There's dozens of trails.
No, you're wrong, I was out there a couple weeks ago.
I did in the neighborhood.
There's a
I've been
whole
there many
easement.
times.
And there's a trail.
We got bylaws there, for protection of people crossing roads, like people cross the road on skidoo and on, different,
Yeah, so picture, if you guys were all down there, like you said you were, watching the trail. When I come across Kellan, because I do use the back road across Kellan, I'm gonna go connect to a trail to go Burnt Point or wherever. There's open water there now. I don't know if you guys were down there, you've seen it. You can't cross that anymore. There's a road going there now, so where are you gonna go to get down there? You're gonna go all the way up to, Scott Hudson around his area, the Mexican hat. where are you gonna go? You guys all been down where you know the trails inside out, you know what you're talking about, and if you can tell
I
me
don't
that.
profess to know them inside out, but I've been on them a fair amount of time.
Yeah, I know them inside out, and, it's gonna impact the community, not just Lower Valley. It's other people that come from other areas to connect the dots to the
It's gonna
trail.
impact the whole town, because anybody who does anything outdoors, whether it's ATVs, walking, snowmobiling, whether it's people coming from Mud Lake, it's people coming from Northwest River, up through the trails, up through Burnt Point, they use those trails. Those trails are widely used. And the perception that a handful of people, it's only a handful of people, it's not a handful of people, it's the whole community.
The majority of people know the Sherwood that come up here, and people go north to Sherwood, they go straight down Court Railroad and go to what they call the Transmitter Road. I mean.
You won't be doing that anymore, because it's gonna be road, it's gonna be hooked up on the road. You can't go up the side of Court Railroad anymore. If this road goes through, it's gotta be rerouted, unless you're gonna go right through the provincial highway.
Anyway, I voted for option 2, yes.
I got amendment on there, so I don't know which one we're voting on first.
Okay, just, if I might, I just wanna to request a point of clarification. And this may prevent a matter as pertains to the amendment. I'm just going through the wording here, but Councillor, the amendment that you suggested, referenced including another option costing $1,750 that includes or will provide an estimate for an option located at 29 meters.
Yeah.
And I just, while the debate has gone on, or the discussion, I've gone back and called up the email from Mr. Addison. It isn't clear in the body of that text that the distance discussed is actually 29 meters. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the floor, that if the amendment in its current form is voted on, then it would be speaking to a 29 meter item, which it doesn't appear to be clear in the request that was made. The request speaks to, I'm sorry, my screen has just changed. The request speaks to reducing the 15 meter buffer and the road right of way down to 5 meters. And they're the only two references in that request that speak to distances. So I'm not sure, I just want to make sure that the floor is aware that if, I can't tell by reading the request that it speaks to the 29 meter, and that would be an important element in.
It is, yeah, but I think too, in there, I think he talks about the road bending and whatever, so it's.
I could read this. Our suggestion of a road with a 15-meter tree buffer from the trail is merely a suggestion at this point. In speaking with residents, I have heard that less of a tree buffer from the road could make some feel safer by being more visible from the road on the trail. So there is merit to consider less of a distance from the trail to the road, and we are open to discussion. The road could also have a bend towards Transmitter Road to finish in closer proximity to Blake, requiring less paving up Court Real Road. And he asked the council, can we weigh the merits of the two options with open, accurate information and vote on that decision that will benefit the community as a whole? The tendering can move forward with the desired option, and I will support you in your decisions. So I think he's being more than reasonable.
So the amendment, yeah, sure, it could be to the option that's being, presented. We don't really know how many meters is going to be until it's actually looked at and designed or concept of it.
We've had from 3 meters to 14. We have a rough estimate as to what it will cost for option 2. We were given a rough estimate from our consultant of what it would cost for option 3, 4, and 5. And when you say such a situation, which I took a lot of time to do that, I'm comfortable moving ahead with what we had agreed with that option 2.
amendment gets, and I'll speak to it in a moment with the mayor's permission, but if we amend the specific number and the motion carries, then that is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so, there's no, actual number in the, amendment that we suggested, so, either we can withdraw the amendment or amend the amendment to reflect
Yes.
the actual.
Either is possible, and I guess just, and I do apologize, Your Worship, but I just wanted to get the clarification point that if a number, and let's say that is 29 meters, is included in an amendment, and that amendment carries, then that is the figure that would have to go forward to be reviewed by the consultant. But it doesn't appear clear to me, and even with the supplementary email that Councillor Lyson Edmonds has put forward, it references a 15-meter buffer, reducing it to 5 meters, placing a bend in the road, but it's not clear that would yield a 29-meter alternative. So,
Do you have wrote down here what the?
I've got something here as suggested.
That I can read from the
I
amendment?
can, would that be? I don't know if you can read what I've written.
Amend to, so if I withdraw that motion, do I need a seconder? Or do I just amend the amendment that I just amended? Doesn't tell me.
It's possible to do either.
Okay, I'll amend the amendment. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the amendment.
Point of order, the seconder would have to agree as well.
Yeah,
So I'd like to make an amendment to amend the motion. The Municipal Services Committee recommends tender be issued for 2020 paving projects for local roads, Kelm Drive reconstruction and the Kelm Drive extension, which will be based on another option that costs $1,750 to provide an alternate road location as requested by area residents. You need a second, I need a second.
I second that.
I've gone through a lot of time and I've made the decision which I'm going to do. And again, that to say that it's going to cost to go to a different option is going to cost $1,750. We all know that that's not true, because our consultant gave us different options, which was laid out to us by our town engineer, and he gave us moving from option 1 to option 2. That was an estimate, yes it was, it's $100,000 and something. And he also went into option 3, which was a huge amount. So to say that it's only going to cost $1,750, I mean, it might cost them to go back and come back, and basically what the consultant will do, I mean, he's not going to contradict what he's already told us. So all he was doing was paying $1,750 for to be told exactly the same cost as what our town engineer outlined to us in the meeting where council agreed that we would go with option 2.
Mayor, I'm gonna disagree with you, because what he's proposing is reduced a 15-meter buffer of trees between the trail and the road right of way to 5 meters. That is not 14 meters, and it's going to change things up. I think we owe these people at least look at 1,700. We dropped the ball. We met with them on March the 10th. There was an email post that said there was 25 people. I believe there was 43 in the room. 25 people might have signed their name when they left to get an email. And then on May the 26th, we sent them an email. Like it or lump it, this is what we're doing. We're going with option 2. We're going from 3 meters to 14 meters. We're going to take away the walkway. We're going to take away the sound barriers. And they've been fighting tooth and nail ever since. for this council to listen to them, like $1,750, and you cannot say that it's gonna be the same quote. We don't know that. We don't know
Nobody
any
knows what the
quotes.
quote
It's a
is.
guessing game. I cannot wrap my head around it.
We did have another meeting with the residents, it was done through a delegation, there was Mr. Adams and a couple more. Now, is it a guessing game? It probably is, but we've been already told by the consultant, this is what it's gonna cost you for option 2, which we agreed to. And this is roughly what it's gonna cost you, okay, to go to option 2. This is roughly what it's gonna cost to go to option 3, which was, I think was 30 meters, okay? So as you said, that there's very little difference in 29 and 30. And then he gave us, I think there was 2 more options. You know, so.
But does this make sense to anybody? Reduce the 15-meter buffer of trees between the trail and road, right of way, down to 5 meters. And the latter part of the road down closer to the lake intersection on Port Real. Like, that got to make a financial difference. We don't know that. I'm not a friggin' engineer. Nobody here is. Our town engineer, but I mean, CBCL, if they're gonna be, you know, if we're gonna pay them $1,750 to do a concept or design, or, then why not listen to the people? Why not? I asked a question, it's only gonna be a couple days, Randy, I don't know if you can confirm that if we did look at another option at $1,750, how, do you know, like, approximately how long it might take?
How long will it take, Councilor Asking?
Yes,
It'll probably take a couple of days.
couple days. So $1,750 in a couple days, and the people are willing to pay for it. I stick to my amendments, and I cannot stress enough that I'm so happy that people call in tonight, and we have all these letters here, because I tell you,
$1,750 for a couple of days to vote on something that was basically thrown at us an hour before the meeting that we didn't know was gonna be on the list right from the get-go.
I'm prepared to deny the worship. This is not on.
Of course you are.
you are, we could be here till 1 o'clock. We're here debating. We don't have, no longer, we don't have no longer committee of the whole meetings.
We're not supposed to have committee of the whole.
We weren't making decisions in our committee of the whole meetings.
This is what committee of the whole.
Well, this is what this is for, public forum to debate, and that's what I'm gonna do. I don't care if I'm here till 2 AM. I'm here to represent the people, and you're not gonna shut me up. I can guarantee you that. I'm going to speak for the people that elected me.
Yeah, so will I.
Well, then you speak. I'm having my say, I'm not finished. I'm presenting an amendment. If you don't like it, well, that's it. That's your opinion. I got my opinion too. And I'm not going to sit back here and let something slide through that I found out about 4:30 this evening. A motion that we did not discuss came to our email. I read it before I walked in my door. The Callan Drive
I
extension
didn't hear it
motion.
until I walked in chambers.
Boys, you didn't know that was gonna be coming before council?
I certainly did not.
Did you know it was coming today?
I knew about the same time. I talked to Robert this morning about, maybe right after lunch and asked about it. And working on it, still hammering out details. If it was ready for the council meeting, it would be.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I do. But I mean, we haven't discussed this
So that was
enough.
communicated
We
to
haven't
you.
discussed this enough to know that this
So that was
motion was going to
communicated
come
to you
before
today.
council within the next few days.
That was communicated to
No.
you today as a
I
councillor?
think we all do.
Yes.
It wasn't communicated to me today as a councillor?
Well, I wouldn't even ask the question.
Well,
Or me.
I called and asked the question. Are we going to be doing our motion this evening for the Callan Drive extension?
But why would you ask that? We didn't discuss it.
Order, please. Robert, you wait a moment to say something.
Just a clarification of process. What we have on the floor at the moment is a proposed amendment to an amendment. So what we need, the process now is to work back in reverse order. The amended amendment needs to be voted on. We have a mover and a seconder. And once that's determined, we need to move back to the original, to that either amended amendment or the original. And I know that is complex or confusing perhaps, but you know, we've got a mover and a seconder for an amendment to the amendment, and that is something that needs to be voted on before you can proceed.
Then I will call the question.
Oh, I think we're not really finished discussing yet. There's an amendment to an amendment, but if that's voted down, like, I'm not gonna finish saying what I gotta say, but the $1,750 has been proposed over and over and over.
Point of order, I think we've heard this over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie, you've made,
Well, we do, we're supposed to gotta be here all night. This is
you made your
what
point, I mean,
we're debating.
we know,
You're not
we know where you're coming from.
Last week, when
We know where you're
when
coming
you put
from.
your post up and people said, I think this should happen in chambers, here we are,
Well, yeah,
in the chamber, so let's debate.
I'm not debating with you because it's bullshit what you're going on with.
Well, if you feel that way,
Right.
that's your choice.
So,
I don't think it is.
The amendment to the motion was put forward. I will call the question. Those in favor of the amendment?
to the amendment?
Those who are in favor of the amendment put forward by Compton House? Those against the amendment? 4-2, the amendment is defeated. We will now discuss the motion, Councillor Brandon, that you put forward.
No.
The amendment to the amendment has now been defeated. That brings us back to the original amendment, which references the 29-meter option. So that is now an amendment that's
I
been,
think you should be
that's
saying
an
to the
amendment that's
public.
been tabled and an amendment that's been seconded. So that now has to be voted on to determine whether it's accepted or defeated.
And Robert, town manager, if you just go back to what you read originally, that amendments to a motion should not significantly change the original motion to begin with, as per municipal affairs.
And seeing this is a public meeting, this, live stream, it'd be a good idea that you say who's supporting, who's against.
Okay,
Not that they don't know already,
on the
but.
last amendment, Councillor Compton House and Councillor Dyson Edmonds, voted for the amendment. Councillor Bakey, Councillor Cran, Deputy Mayor Pomeroy, and myself, the Mayor, voted against the motion, against the amendment. He was defeated 4-2. Now we'll move to the first amendment. Those in favor of
No, we need discussion.
We had discussion.
Well, we're gonna have another one now, we got all night.
So now we vote on the original amendment that was put forward.
Point, but you can't have discussion if it's not correct in the number.
We're having a discussion on 29 meters.
That's not correct.
Well, it could be correct. We use 30 meters.
Okay, then
we use
if discussion is needed on the original amendment, then carry on.
So we just got defeated on an option proposed for $1,750 for, the 15-meter, buffer of trees between the trail and the road, right away down to 5 meters, and the latter part of the road down closer to the lake intersection. So that was defeated, so now we're looking at it's the first amendment of 29 meters.
Correct.
So, we've heard, oh my God, we've heard so many meters. We've heard 60 meters, we've heard 40 meters, we've heard 3 meters, which is all bullshit and shine over here, but, we've heard so many numbers and so many meters and so many different amounts. It makes my head spin. I never ever got an actual cost. Yesterday or last week, we heard $325,000. The mayor keeps saying tonight it's going to cost $122,000. So I don't know what the price is. I have no idea. I feel like my head is stuck in a cement wall, and you can't get no answers right. So the amendment was 29 meters. Look at an option for 29 meters. What's the difference? We already talked about 60, 40, 50, 30, 14, 3. The residents are putting something forward that we need to listen to them. I said, I'm not finished, Mayor. If I cut you off, you get upset with me, so let me finish. Not that I would try to cut you off or get excited, but anyway. We heard the public outcry, that's just repeating myself over and over and over. You guys are gonna make a decision. You're gonna tear up trails, you're gonna tear up green spaces, that obviously doesn't impact you people. but it do impact a large number of people in the community. I don't know why we can't look at an option of 29 years. Means a bowl of beans to me as because it doesn't impact me in that area. But I certainly listened to the people who voted me and put me in as a councillor. I had almost 1,200 votes 3 years ago. And these people put me where I'm to for the second term. I put my faith in their hands, and I guess they put theirs in mine. So I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna fight for the people. If it was something like the lunch outrageous that we could not even consider, then I would be with the council. But I cannot support this council for the sake of $1,750.
As a member of SAM, and as a member, I know Councilor Cottonhouse sits on SAM, as SAM's representative, on that organization. And, I mean, we turned around a couple of months ago, and we allocated $30,000 for the boardwalk. A part of an enhanced trail system, a part of a healthy living trail system that this community has been utilizing even more so since COVID than any other piece of infrastructure that we got. We shut down playgrounds, we shut down the arena, we shut down ball fields, we shut down everything. And we had to fight tooth and nail to get $30,000 from a trail system to work with another, technically a trail system. We're supposed to be promoting everything in that land use plan, talks about promoting green space, talks about promoting healthy living lifestyles. And we're gonna take one of the best trails that we got here, that we haven't had the issues that we've been identifying for the last few years with the transient and the homeless population. This is an area that is not affected by that, but you see it all right to tear it up. One of the very few trails that is utilized, you don't get complaints. I can pretty well say that the enforcement department aren't getting the complaints of the alcohol consumption on that trail system up behind McLean. They're getting them behind the town office. They're getting them behind Edmonds Crescent. They're not getting them up in that area. So we're going to destroy that. Let's give up that trail for the road. For $1,750 that town don't even have to pay for it. The residents have offered to pay for it.
I don't know where the $1,750 is coming from. Sorry.
$1,750 is what CBCL said it would cost to show us what another option would be. Not one of the 5 that was there, but I guess you would say a compromise in between them. $1,750. Voted down by the council, and the concerned residents and the people who spoke here tonight and the people who submitted letters and the people who went on social media have offered to pay for it. And the council's too stubborn to say, no, you're not going to have it, you're not going to pay for yourself, we're not paying for it, and you're not going to pay for it either. And you're supposed to be listening to the residents of this community who elected you, who elected you, who elected you, who elected everybody sitting around the table. You don't use these trails. Don't tell me you do, because you don't.
I never said I fucking did.
But it's used. It's a trail system that's
I use
used
those
by
trails. I use those trails like they're hard. I'm back and forth there. I skidoo all the time.
Okay,
So don't
so
look at me and tell me I don't use the trails, because I do.
Maybe you do use the trails. But apparently there's some councillors that think that only a handful of people use the trails. We all know where that comment came from.
I see skidoo traffic when I'm out there winter time.
There's skidoo traffic out there constantly, there's ATV traffic, there's bike traffic, there's kids in strollers, there's people with their dogs, with their animals. That trail is used. It's used daily, it's used regularly. And part of the reason it's used as much as it's used is because we've got another trail system around here that is absolutely disgusting. Because there's garbage, there's the sand pits there where the kids are wanting to ride their dirt bikes, can't use it because of the garbage and the intoxicated individuals that we can't get a handle on. I have never heard tell of any resident of McLean or Lyle, or any of that area calling the complaint of intoxicated individuals up in that trail. That's why they use them.
Going off the topic.
No, we're not talking, Michelle.
Sure.
No, we're not. We're talking about the trails and how important they are. They might not be important to you. Do you go on the trails?
I sure do.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you do.
I've been on Skidoo trails too.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Another point I'd like to make, Mayor, is, refer to Michelle and Vern Wood's, letter. They talked about Court Real Road and the heavy traffic and, traffic of, tractor trailers. And, being on the previous council, I advocated for them many times. That I brought it forward, I spoke up at this table many times, that we need to look at a solution, and to stop the tractor trailers. I myself was on the end of Court Real Road and had to back up so a tractor trailer could come around me. So I know all about it, I spent a lot of time now on Court Real Road. Am I gonna sit here and support to move that road, move that problem, move that issue to Lyle and McLean? Absolutely not. And I don't give a shit who says it's a provincial highway road.
Point of order.
I don't care who says it's a provincial
You
highway.
didn't say that, you didn't say that, did you?
Anyway, there's a motion flying here tonight, so.
He said it's not appropriate, and I'm glad that this is recorded.
Yes, because it was said earlier, nobody made a point of order, but now that I said it's a point of order, so you keep
Always.
that in mind, man.
Always with you,
Be
Jeff.
consistent here, buddy, keep it in mind. If you're gonna call me out, call it everybody else that uses the SHIT word. Anyway, what I was trying to get at was Michelle and Vern Wood, submitted their letter, and they talked about, the traffic. And I believe I read from, some email from councilors on this, around this table who said, and it might have even been said in the back room, that there's, very few tractor trailers now who go up Court Real Road.
It's absolutely correct.
Inaccurate, so
It's absolutely correct.
I think we should go
You
talk.
talk to any business person
Can I
out
finish?
there, and
Can I
they will tell
finish?
you how you go.
I can't finish, you guys got it.
Not the ones I talk.
I think you go talk to Richard Fines, who put it on social media last week. SAG Enterprise. How often they travel up, I don't live on Court Real, but I'm gonna believe what comes from residents on Court
Yeah, they
Real.
do.
Yeah,
Kenny
so,
and Annette Cochran.
so Richard Fines said that the, tractor trailers start at 6 in the morning and they don't stop
So
till
we got
11.
convoys of tractor trailers going up Fort Real. Is that what you're suggesting?
Listen to me, I'm not finished. Richard Fines made a statement that tractor trailers go up there 6 in the morning till 11 at night, and they're continuous. So, I don't know who got their information or where they got it, that tractor trailers don't barrel up Court Real Road anymore, but they do, even more so. And now they're gonna barrel down through
That's absolutely incorrect, Mayor.
Kellen.
Absolutely incorrect.
What's incorrect about it?
There is not transport trucks barreling up there from 6 in the morning to 11 at night.
Well, I'm only gonna go by what a resident said. He posted it on
Not
social
that many
media.
transport trucks in town barreling up roads from 6 in the morning to 11 at night. We're going on one street.
Look, he posted it on social media
Well,
last
I
week.
mean,
He
a lot of people
lives
on social
on
media,
Court
it is
Real Road.
what it is. But
He lives on Court Real Road, and so
I
does
challenge
Nick.
anybody.
And then Kenny Cochran wrote the same thing. The number of.
We just read a letter from Bryn and Michelle Wood that talked about the problem with the tractor trailers.
Oh, yes. there's
Going up and down the
probably
road.
2 or 3
Of course they
Yeah.
support the what? 2 or 3 homeowners.
No, no.
Yeah.
There's a big difference in what we're talking about here.
No, my point is, what I'm getting at, we talk about green spaces, we talk about trails. Now we need to talk about the traffic on the road.
We gotta deal
And that's
with
what I'm
the-
getting
We
at.
have to deal with the motion that's on the floor.
I've
The
had
motion-
people reach out to me
It has
from
nothing to
Court
do with
Real
traffic.
Road who talked about the number of tractor trailers barreling up their road. And we've heard concerns from the residents on Lyle McLean,
Can we have a point of order?
Not there.
who have the
Not
same.
track of our motion.
Yeah, we gotta stick to the motion.
I'm gonna speak. Look, public forum debate.
You had.
I don't care what I have, Michelle. I'm going to speak my mind. You didn't vote for me. The people that I'm representing did. I know you didn't. So anyway, I'm going, Michelle, I'm going to speak my mind. Point of order. Point of order. I'm speaking. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. Point of order. Do not cut me off.
Order.
here till 2 a.m. I'm gonna get my points out. The points that were brought to my attention, I'm gonna get them out. So, anyway, back to the traffic going up Court Road. I'm going to believe what the residents brought to my attention. I don't live on Court but I believe there's a high traffic volume of tractor trailers. I know from when I go there myself, what I witness.
Jay itself has as many as 26 trips per day.
Yeah, there's no way in the world, there's 26 trucks going up that road.
I didn't say 26 trucks, I said 26 trips.
Yeah, and so now we're gonna move that problem to Lyle and McLean. Do you think that the residents don't have legitimate concerns? Never mind that the trails and the green spaces are gonna be destroyed. That obviously has no bearing on some people. Now we're gonna remove one problem from one street and put it to another. I'd like to know how you're gonna deal with that situation when they start coming complaining.
Listen,
Because it's gonna come.
the difference is.
Second word, just a second, but
It's gonna come, and then let's look at the Skidoo Trail. And there's a lot of people out there that don't understand what's going on with this road, because they don't really pay attention to the politics of Happy Valley-Goose Bay, or developments or whatever. Because I spoke to several people the weekend who didn't know that the road, the snowmobile trail, going up the side of Centennial Hill, Port Royal Road, is no longer gonna be there, because it gotta be rerouted with the highway going through. So I hope people out there are listening.
I don't know where the highway is. Where's the highway?
To Centennial Road.
I didn't know we had a highway in town.
Isn't there a provincial highway going through there to connect to Port Royal?
Hamilton Road.
Yeah, is it connected?
They gotta get from Hamilton River Road to the Weirwood area somehow.
Yes, it's now a provincial standard road.
It's not a provincial highway.
It's a provincial standard road.
It's not built yet.
No, it's not built yet, but we're not there yet, eh? But anyway, so now the Skidoo Trail that goes up the side of Centennial Hill is no longer going to be there. So wait until people get on their scooters and try to get to their cabins in the winter. That's when you're going to see the fun. And I want to make sure on public record, because I'm ashamed to have this go through as a counselor in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years, people are going to look back and say that Councillor Compton Hobbs opposed this right to the bitter end. And I want people to know, I want the public to know, I want it to be on record, I want it to be in the minutes. I do not support this, I will not support this, and I want the public to be well aware, when he looks for the minutes from July 28, 2020, who supported this ridiculous road. That's what I got to say on it.
I'll be very brief. I talked to a lot of people down on Court Railroad, and they said, I wish we had a 14-meter buffer. The traffic trails, most of the hills on Court Rail, they're probably 25 feet from the road. I'll mention two people, Mr. Carl Cole, who lives down on Lyle, and Darrell Bennett, who lives on
They both live on the plain.
yeah, and both of them said that the number of tractor trailers that go in there is very.
I think you should talk to Mr. Darrell Bennett.
I think
again.
so too, I wish he'd call in. Can we get some
You
information?
need to talk to Darrell Bennett
I think
again.
you need to talk to him.
Yeah, because that's not what he told me.
And there's stop signs down on Court Road, and the tractor trailers are coming up there and on the other road, it goes straight down. But anyway, I'll wait until, and when I'm ready, I'll call a motion, if any further discussion on the amendment put forward. There being none, I call for the vote on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment? Councillor Compton Hobbs and Councillor Dyson voted in favor of the amendment. Those against? Councillor Baker, Councillor Cran, Deputy Mayor Pomeroy, and against it. The motion is defeated. We'll move on now to your recommendation, Councillor Cran.
So we had a second on that, right? We had a second.
You seconded that
Yes,
first?
yeah.
Okay, so.
Now is the true testament.
So can I,
So,
Yeah, you, okay, Councillor Pomeroy.
okay. Thank you, Your Worship. During the 46th meeting of the 10th Council held on April 24, 2012, it was moved by Councillor Bill Métis, seconded by Deputy Mayor George Andrews, to accept the land suitability assessment and design concept report from CBCL Limited. The report came from a study that looked at an area of 600 hectares identified by the town as having potential to accommodate future growth in the community. The area stretches from Courtmeal Road in the east to the boundary of the D&D tank farm to the west. The final report was completed in September, presented in September of 2012, and noted the need for both, quote, market-driven and affordable housing in the town. The planned expansion into the study area north of Kellen from Courtmeal to the D&D tank farm, notes the report, provides an opportunity to address these future housing needs. With respect to access, the report notes Kellen Drive and the planned extension to the east to Courtmeal Road will provide excellent opportunities to access lands in the study area. The land we're talking about is prime for future residential developments, and placing a road through the middle of this area would likely jeopardize that future development. In October of the same year, the town entered into a legally binding agreement to develop the west of Hefner subdivision. As part of that agreement, the developer was responsible for expanding Kellen Drive from Tuktashina through to the intersection of Hefner Street, with 2 intersections to the new subdivision, as well as a road link from Palliser Crescent. It is clear that the Kellen Drive expansion was built where it was supposed to be built, as per the development agreement, at a cost of over $1.5 million, all paid for by the developer. In other words, that extra cost, as well as the nearly $500,000 to connect Palliser Crescent, had to be applied to the cost of land in the west of Hefner subdivision. If the developer wasn't responsible to build that portion of Kellen Drive from Tuktashina to Hefner, then one could logically conclude that the price of land would not be as high as it is in that subdivision. With a road link from Hefner to Courtmeal that maximizes future subdivision development and growth north of Kellen Drive, behind Lyle Street, at no cost to future developers, one could easily conclude that land prices would be more competitive in the future in this area. During the March 10th public consultation here at the town office, it was quite clear that the majority of those present were not in agreement with what was being proposed. Our consultant, the same consultant that prepared the 2012 land suitability study, recommended the extension run directly behind Lyle Street and McLean Crescent, beginning at a distance of 3 meters from property lines. Now that doesn't mean the actual road will be 3 meters from people's fences. There's a utility pole easement to take into consideration, as well as the easement that's required for the road itself. So this distance from the property lines to the edge of the road would have been much greater than 3 meters. There were also concerns about the unpaved section of Courtmeal that will intersect with Kellen Drive extension. Issues about dust control, noise. While there was a mention of existing trails and green space, it was quite clear that the vast majority were concerned about how close the road would be to their properties. In other words, not in my backyard. Despite what some people might think, council took these concerns into consideration and went back to the consultant and asked that further options be presented, which was done. We looked at the recommended option of 3 meters again, which would allow us to complete the extension within budget. And these estimates, Your Worship, they've been provided by the town engineer to all council and are available on the town's website, so there's nothing new here. The option of a 14-meter buffer, which has been recommended by council to form part of the tender document, which will be decided here tonight, will see the distance between the property lines and the edge of the pavement at the end of Lyle, near Hefner, at 25.2 meters. And that distance will increase as the route moves forward towards Courtmeal. And the town engineer is on the line and he can confirm those figures. We have also been advised that there will be provisions in the contract to ensure steps are taken to mitigate against dust and to ensure that natural vegetation and trees are maintained as much as possible between the road and the adjacent properties. During the public meeting, we heard from residents that they did not want sound fences installed, which we agreed with. They also asked that the proposed paved walking trail along the road be scrapped. We agreed with that. Some wanted us to ensure Courtmeal was paved to the Kellen Drive intersection. That will also be done. In all, Mayor, the changes we agreed upon will drive the cost of this project up by an estimated $322,000 based on the information provided to us. all of which will have to come from the taxpayers of this community, and specifically from funds that was budgeted to resurface other roads in our town. So, any additional costs will mean some badly needed streets that are in disrepair just simply won't get done. The project is cost shared with the federal and provincial governments at a cost of about $2 million, not $4.2 million as has been suggested by some. This is in addition to the estimated $2 million to resurface the rest of Cullen Drive to bring it up to an arterial road standard. As I maintained all along, I think we have done as much as we could, given the financial pressures we are under, to find a reasonable way to complete this vital road link, to ensure we protect the financial interests of our community, while at the same time ensuring future subdivision developments north of Cullen, which will come at some point in time. There were other options considered, again, based on estimates provided to all council. With a 30-meter buffer, the town would have to come up with an estimated $287,000, not including the cost to pave the section of Port Real that will intersect with Cullen. We know that a 30-meter buffer will drive that cost up as well. With a 60-meter buffer, the additional estimated cost will be roughly $342,000. Again, this does not include the cost to pave that section of Port Real where it will intersect with Cullen. Once completed, Cullen Drive, which will be paved entirely from Hamilton River Road, uptown, to Port Real Road, and brought to an arterial road standard, will direct traffic away from the Johnny Hill subdivision, which includes Johnny Hill Drive, Canal Street, Lyle, Hepler, and Blake. And there's no coincidence that there are 3 speed humps installed in the subdivision because of high traffic and many times excessive speeding. There's a lot of children living in this neighborhood, and public safety has to be always first and foremost. As council is aware, residents along Port Real have complained for years about tractor-trailer traffic passing in front of their properties. These complaints were at their height when businesses like Blizzard Corporation was operating at the end of Port Real Road, when NGC was bringing in regular orders from Canadian Tire for people placing orders. But that amount of truck traffic has diminished quite significantly since those times, Your Worship. I've spoken to several business owners in the area, and they've assured me that the number of trucks up there are down to 4 or 5 a week at most, if that. So, to suggest that there will be high volumes of tractor trailers or heavy truck traffic going to the end of Port Real Road is not factual, is misleading, and it borders on fear-mongering. Because the trucks simply don't exist. They don't exist, Your Worship. There's nothing up there for them to go to. There's some actual trailers at the end. There's the odd warehouse that brings regular stuff in, but they're not driving up there dozens at a time every day. Not like it was before. Your Worship, I think everybody agrees that Cullen Drive is needed, but we can't do it at all costs. We can't jeopardize future subdivisions expansion as identified in the 2012 suitability report, suitability report. We can't jeopardize that. We put a road down through the middle of that 20 years from now when we need to expand our community, because our community will expand at some point. It will expand. The community will always grow. That we jeopardize prime areas for future subdivision development. That's something that I cannot support. We have to consider public safety, not only for all Johnny Hill subdivision, including those close to extension. We need to look at safety for the whole neighborhood. We have to consider that Cullen Drive, once completed, will provide an alternate and safe route from the valley in the event of a fire, flood, or emergency. And we have to do all this, Your Worship, by living within our financial means. I support the motion, and I look forward to seeing this work completed once and for all.
I'm glad you had all that rolled over. I was able to speak from the.
Well, I use facts, Councillor.
Yeah, I was able to speak from the
I don't make things up as I go along.
people.
You're not using facts when he says there's only a couple of trucks worth.
I don't make up things as I go
You're not
along.
using,
You did, yeah.
I got one company right here telling me that she herself uses more trucks than you have
26
today.
today, okay. Yeah.
And you're talking about, there's nobody beating down the door to buy land here. We got a
Is that
subdivision
the
up
message you
there,
want to send to
there's
the world?
a
that nobody
subdivision
should
up
be
there that's
building
not,
here?
that they can't even move the land on. And then you're talking about doing another one. It's fine to be able to say, yeah, we need land to sell.
We're not
How
selling
many plots of land
If you
are,
listen,
we
we're
don't
not
know how
selling
many
it.
plots of land are not being sold yet?
If you listen, it's not about what's not being sold, it's about future development. Because for anybody to stand here as chair of economic development and say, we have no future development in our town, we're not gonna build no more land and develop more lots, that is the area that's gonna be developed.
There's more than
Whether we like
economic
it or not.
development involved in
Development
the
is
draft
wrong.
system, Bert. Yeah.
Suitability study, land use.
Anyway, a suitability study that we never ever looked at, only Bert Pomeroy, because I didn't read it, and we didn't
Well, I
have it,
know.
it wasn't presented in your committee, Bert.
It was
You're
emailed.
chair
it
of
was
the
emailed
development
to
planning.
you. It was emailed to you, do your homework.
When? Last month? When, Bert?
To all council.
When? 3 years ago? Tell us when it was emailed.
Within the last-
Tell the truth now, Bert, because we
No,
didn't
no,
read
no.
it. As a council, we didn't
I
read
did
it.
my research, if you didn't do yours, it's not my problem.
I did my research, Bert,
Okay.
but it was not.
Counselor?
Sean Grant never read it, and I'm pretty sure Michelle never, well, we might have read it since we got it a couple
Well, I
months
do
ago.
read all my documents,
Yeah.
Mr. Conrad. Don't you ever question my reading?
Since we got it a couple months ago, maybe, because it was only brought to our
We had-
attention when Robert
we had-
Wade posted it on social media looking for it. So anyway, that's the suitability study that we never ever looked at.
I read it 8 years ago, on the town council.
Yeah, you
You
represent
remember?
the council, so, but we never looked at it since, Sean.
Oh, well,
Um,
that's not my problem.
no, well, it is, because you're voting on something you never looked at. Right? Development of
Jackie,
West.
I was part of the freaking council that put this in, put that
Yeah,
plan
can
in.
you remember what's in it, John, from 8 years ago?
Well, about 8 years ago, no.
No.
What?
Anyway,
That has to be
let's
okay.
talk about the West Left.
Well, did you say,
Hey, I was trying to
I
talk.
can't hear you.
point of order, you said any other bad words?
I don't know if I said a bad word or not. I get wired up, I'm gonna say a bad word.
Yeah, no doubt.
I haven't.
Yeah, we try to contain ourselves, and we always warmed up, but, and be as professional as we can, but emotion sometimes gets in front of us, right? But anyway, development of West Heckler, that's working on me, there's 200 plots of land there. So, we're talking about 100 years down the road, because I think you gotta do 30 plots sold every 200, you can laugh all you want, Bert.
100 years down the road, be reasonable, Counselor.
Yes, you
I
be
mean,
reasonable
we can
too.
look at what happened in the last 30 years and what's developed in our community and suggest that it's never gonna grow again, that's very irresponsible. as a
Oh, I know it's gonna grow, but it's not gonna grow in a
It's gonna grow
bog
100 years, it's
in
gonna grow
Lyle
100
Street.
years.
You don't know that area
It's 100
very good
years.
if you think there's gonna be development behind Lyle Street.
It's identified for
You
development.
did your
and we need to
homework, you
protect
didn't do
that.
it up there. You're not letting me talk, and if I was cutting you off, I let you read your 5-page report you had wrote up. I did not once interrupt you, so you should not interrupt me.
Carry on, Councillor Pappas.
Exactly, so the West Hefner development, I'll talk about that again, there's 200 plots of land behind me for sale, for sale, I don't know, Sean from the 10th council, 8 to 10 years ago. They may have 30 lots sold, I don't know how
Don't
many
think
sold.
there's that many sold.
Very few. And, we're talking about development up behind Lyle. Yeah, we'd all love to see cheaper land. But this town don't have the resources or the money to develop any land. We've been down that road already. So, I don't know where you're getting off on that. And if you know that area at all, you know there's bog and hills and whatever else is up there that there's no land up there available to develop.
According to the suitability study that was done, there's prime land up there.
The suitability study that you read, and that was never discussed at this council.
I just quoted a bunch of things up from the study about green space and trail, the importance of trails. No, doesn't matter to anybody apparently.
Anyway, and the other thing I wanted to point out was, the 322,000, the mayor alluded to 122 5 or 6 times earlier. Now we're back to 322 again.
200,000 for you.
Yeah, and so we've heard all kinds of figures, but we couldn't look at $1,750. So I'm glad that this is recorded. I'm glad that everything we say here tonight is gonna be in the minutes, and I'm glad that everybody called in and wrote their letters and had their petitions and went on social media, because the public are certainly gonna know who supported this road and who didn't when it flops in your face. And next year, if you gotta wear egg on your face as a council, I can proudly put my hand up and say that I did not support this road. And I've heard councilors say that they were gonna lose sleep by supporting this recommendation. Well, I'm gonna lose sleep when it goes forward, because I'm here again for the people. The people have asked me to bring this forward, I brought it forward, it got no bearing on me, I do not live there. I know the trails quite well. I'm here for the people who come to me and said, represent me, we put you in office, now we want you to speak on our behalf. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I will lose sleep when this road goes through, because it do affect me that much, because I'm here for the people. I'm community minded, I'm here to speak up and speak on their behalf. I can talk till I'm blue in the face on what I brought forward, the green spaces, to moving one issue from Port-Rail to Kellen Drive, ruining the trails, the high traffic of tractor trailers barreling up Kellen Drive now. I can speak till I'm blue in the face. If the support is not there, I'm gonna lose sleep, obviously, because it affects me so much. But anyway, too, Daryl Bennett sent me a message and said, Wally, there has to be a way for the road to not interfere with the trails. Daryl Bennett. Nothing to do with heavy traffic, he said. So I want to get that out there, and you've heard from everybody else who has their opinion on this, and it's a sad day for Happy Valley-Goose Bay. That's all I have to say. We're sitting here debating a road to destroy trails and green spaces and put all that traffic in someone else's backyard with small kids and everything else. We're talking about a development that's not going to be happening in anytime soon. I won't say 100 years, but anytime soon, when we got 170 pieces of land on West Heffler behind me and behind Heffler and behind Kellen Drive. When all them houses get sold and there's more houses built up on the back of Kellen Drive, they'll get the experience of tractor trailers in their backyard too, and their glass are shaking out their walls because of this council. So, yeah, I'm going to fight it right to the bitter end.
Okay, I'm supporting the motion put forward, but I'm not going to speak to councillors here tonight. I want to speak directly to the people of Happy Valley-Goose Bay as to why I am going with option 1. We got a very difficult financial road ahead of us. We're down $175,000 in tipping fees. We're in the process now where it was estimated that with 1,250 people or subscribers to the wellness center, that it will cost the taxpayers of our town $200,000. We'll be very, very lucky if we get 650 subscribers. And I'll make a prediction. In the first year alone, that will probably cost the town $450,000 to subsidize the wellness center. We look at this money here, and I lobbied the Minister Grand Little, the famous 1.5, for them to pay that part, because the Kellen Drive was built by the town of Happy Valley-Goose Bay. A new school was built. The buses went on there. They were too heavy for the road. Government came out with one-time funding to us to do the extension to Kellen Drive. There's a safety issue that's involved, and I've heard this from the people over and over again. We need a backup road in case of an emergency, and Kellen Drive would do that. You know, when we look at the state of, people are saying, well, wait till another day, wait till later. Take one good look, people, at the state of our province. And in the next 5 to 10 years, when are we going to be able to get any funds from a government that already had to go to the Royal Bank of Canada to buy bonds so they could meet the payroll? COVID-19 is hitting us hard. We're down. We're down in revenues. We've got no income from any of our recreation facilities. It may not be much, but it's all dollars that we got to come up with. It's costing us, I understand, is it $1,200 a week where we got to sanitize our equipment? We're doing that.
$3,000.
But I can say to the people that I'm voting for option 2. And I'm doing this with a clear conscience in the best interest of the financial situation of our town and generations to come. And by the way, I've had young people say to me, develop the land, but this time get the town to do it, so the land might be cheaper. We heard from the residents down on Cord Rio. They would love to have a 14 meter buffer. There's going to be no stop signs down on when you turn off from Waste to go over to Cord Rio Road. There's going to be no tractor trailers hitting their air brakes and so on. We've heard of a safety issue, but I can tell the people of this town, I'm voting for option 2 because of the financial strain that this town is going to have on them in the next 3 or 4 years. We're going to take over, the town is going to take over the walking trail. And also, I've said it before, I'm on record, that the council of the day did not take into consideration and to go and get a study done on what it would take for the upkeep of that walking trail. Those who walk the trail, they know it. That Birch Island, that there's places there every year where the riverbank is eroding and the walkway is going to have been moved in further and further every year. That was not taken into consideration. The study wasn't done. They agreed to go with MOU without very or little no consideration. But I can say with a clear conscience, I've listened to the concerns of the residents down there, and I feel for them. But at the end of the day, I'm doing what's best for the financial situation of our town. Because I can guarantee you, it may have been said, oh, well, the town got to pay the cost for the extra part of Kellendrake if it moves further back. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried, that's a different camp of fish altogether. What I'm worried about is trying to keep our infrastructure that we got. Because I can tell you that we're in for a rough ride. Councillor Beck, you can go ahead.
So I too feel that it's important that we continue with this Calvin Drive extension. Personally, it's there are many factors put in place, and one is mainly for this. Should ever there be a flood or a fire, there needs to be an alternative road made available, as like yesterday, really. And we delay this road, this is going to hinder the evacuation process for people in the lower end of the valley. So we need to prioritize our main concerns of the safety of our people. So that's one of my main reasons. The other one is federal provincial funds for road infrastructure. It's time sensitive, and we need to get this road infrastructure done this year. We gave 3 meters to 14 meters. We compromised for the residents of Lyle and McLean in that area to have a little more than 3 meters. So we moved to 14 meters. That, to me, is a compromise that this town has provided. And I think that's doable, in my view. And plus, we need to keep mindful of the fact that we argue back and forth of the pros and cons. We need to be in the best interest of this whole community. And that's why I'm supporting this Calvin Drive extension.
I'll just add a couple points there.
Yeah.
We talked about the expense, and this was brought up several times by the residents. It was brought up tonight. Why do we have to go ahead with the extension this year? Why? The money can be carried over. It's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. We can upgrade Calvin Drive. We can get it right the first time, and if it's all about the almighty dollar, why can't we push the extension through to another year and get it right, budget the money to get the proper design, even look at the other option. I don't understand that, why we can't look at it. We're talking like we gotta push this road right through next week, when we know an option is to carry it over and get it done right. Because once it's done, that's it, we can't go back. And the other thing is, we talked about the evacuation road. Well, I know that area quite well, because I'm from the Lower Valley. Johnny Hill worked quite fine when they need to be evacuated before, until we get this right. So if I'm on Saunders or Montagners or Markland and I need to get out, to get uptown, I'm not going up the Port Real Road, I can guarantee you, or the Kellen Drive, I'm going Johnny Hill, flicking over. So, I don't know what that's all about. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna repeat myself over again on this, but the road could have been pushed through, the extension could have been looked at and budgeted for next year and done right. We can do the upgrades to Kellen Drive, but there's no rush to put that road through and make a mistake by moving one problem to another problem area.
Is there any further discussion on the motion that's put forward? There being no further discussion, I call for the motion. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Mayor, can I suggest one more thing? Sorry, I meant to bring this up. Is Bert in a
Point of
conflict?
order, I think you already passed that.
I did give her permission to.
Bert, are you in a conflict being a resident of that area? Vote on this motion?
No conflict.
Did we check this out?
No.
Is this
Are
something?
you suggesting I'm in a conflict of interest?
Well, I'm asking you a question.
I'm
not gonna ask you, I'm gonna ask the mayor.
unequivocally am not in a conflict of interest.
I'll ask the mayor or the town manager. Can we get a recess to find out if he's in a conflict?
You cannot determine whether I'm in a conflict. I would have to excuse myself and say that I'm in a conflict, then you can
Yeah, the council.
I am not excusing myself because I don't feel I'm in a conflict.
So you don't think you're in a
No,
conflict?
there's no financial monetary gain for me.
So I want that on the record, that I asked this
And I mean, you have a
question.
sister living there too. Are you in a conflict?
I could be, we both want to.
Okay. You have a niece. Are you in a conflict?
Could be, we might all have to leave, the motion won't go through.
No, there's no conflict.
So I call for a recess to
No.
check out this information to see if we're in conflicts.
No conflict.
You don't know that, Mayor, Deputy
You don't
Mayor,
decide that.
you don't know that. The town manager.
This is just grandstanding and it's fondness, trying to filibuster something, when at the end of the day, Mayor, it's time to call for a vote. It's time to put the gavel down. and
I
call
wanna
for a
know if
vote.
I'm in conflict, do you?
I'm not in a
I don't
If
see.
you think you're in a conflict, leave the room, we'll vote on it. I don't think I'm in a
I don't
conflict.
see anyone being in a conflict here because there's no monetary gain.
Well, I wanted to make sure I brought it forward before it's,
You can say that.
before
Well, I mean,
the
if-
motion
if,
goes through.
If that's the case, then, you know, like,
You don't need a recess for that.
No.
Don't go against.
We had one
It's
earlier,
totally
Bert.
against the rules of procedure.
You call for recess and it's fine, but if someone else calls for it, it's not fine.
It's not
we'll call.
You're not making yourself look very
I vote.
consistent here, Bert.
Okay, I will call for the vote and.
And if I'm in conflict of interest, how I vote, if I'm in conflict of interest, I'll deal with it then.
You deal
Same,
with it.
same as anyone else.
Yeah.
Okay, so I call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
The mayor, deputy mayor, Councillor Cran, and Councillor Bailey votes in favor of the motion. Against the motion, Councillor Deutsch-Lidmans and, Councillor, Compton House.
Sorry, people, I tried my best. It'll go down in history tonight when there's lots of feedback, negative
The
feedback.
only two that didn't know the motion was coming, though, walked into the.
Yeah, the only two
Okay,
that know
all
what's
right,
coming.
we'll move on to the next one, community services and recreation.
I don't know if I got the will to even read this later after that show, but I'll try my best. Community Service and Recreation Committee met on July the 6th, present was the chair, myself, Councilor Bailey, Councilor Cran, CSR Director Donnie Career, Town Manager Robert Andrews, Public Relations Bill Williams, Executive Assistant Kathy Eddy, and Michelle Northover joined us on the line, campaign coordinator. Meeting called order 12:04, Tackling Wellness Center, the capital campaign, had an update, times are slow due to COVID-19. We're still way behind, on capital funds, they're, working hard, the committee is to try to get it back on track impact, but obviously COVID-19 has impacted a lot of things in the world, and this is no different. We talked about Happy Valley-Goose Bay Day, which is coming up in September the 26th, and if we are not able to plan an outdoor event at Kennedy Park like we've done in previous years, we will do a virtual, some kind of virtual celebration. Summer recreation started on July 6th, seems to be going well. Doing 2-week intervals at 20 children per camp. Because of the COVID-19 and the alerts, there's lots of guidelines we have to follow. The playgrounds are open. Splash pad is now open 12 to 6. Lots of engagement at the, lots of interest and children using the splash pad, so that's good to see. I see you mentioned several times about disinfectants. It's not $12,000 a month, it's not $12,000 a week, it's $3,000 a month. I had this confirmed today. So that information was incorrect, and I read it online last week too, but it was $3,000 a month, according to the update I got today. I was gonna talk about the basketball court. This council approved a budget item outside of the budget for the basketball court in Spruce Park, and I can tell you that for anybody who's not drawing about a basketball court at the playground in Spruce Park, it's heavily used. I was by there last night. There was about 14 or 15 youth that were on the court, so that was a wise decision on this council. We made a good investment, and I was happy to see, and I'm always getting residents in that area are always sending me pictures of how much activity is actually going on there, and how much physical fitness, and it's good to see people out, to keep kids out, and they bring their parents with them, and they make it like a family event out of it, so it was good to see. Healthy Waters Labrador, we keep talking about that. I can tell you the repairs at the board hasn't been repaired. The issues at the Healthy Waters Labrador boardwalk has been repaired. And they are looking at a long-term solution for the river. I sit on the Healthy Waters Labrador board, and there has been discussions about the future of the boardwalk and ways, solutions they may look at to rectify the problem with the erosion down the bank. So they are working on that. And we won't be having a meeting in August as per previous years. We have our next meeting scheduled for September 8th, and I will be meeting with Dominic to go through an update and give a report at the August public meeting. So our next meeting is scheduled for September 8th at 12 noon, and I ask that you please accept the report as presented.
I'll second it.
It's been moved by Councillor Cotton, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any discussion on her report?
I just want to point out that with the repairs completed on the boardwalk, I talked to several people down there just within the last couple of days, and even though the repairs are much appreciated, having to deviate from the walking trail wasn't a big problem for the people. I mean, they kind of got used to it, and it was walking through the woods. Everybody is very glad to have the repairs done. But I think it's also important to point out that the design of the boardwalk is such that it moves. It's built that way, because I know there was some questions about how come it wasn't stable. But it's built that way to move with, So when you see the differences in the movement, that's because that's the way it was designed. It's not anchored.
It's anchored.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people don't realize that's the way it was built.
Councillor Conroy, you've been pushing the provincial government for money for river bank erosion for quite some time. I understand that there could be a pot of money that's going to become available.
Yeah, the town engineer and the town board,
Maybe maybe something that we could, probably assist or help the others to put in, an application in as well for riverbank erosion there.
I'd like to bring up something else now, just because you mentioned the riverbank stabilization. There's an issue with a resident down on the lower end of Hamilton and Métis, with regards to a junkyard that's happening next door. Now, we were told a few weeks ago that this was going to be dealt with. It's been put off, several different times. We're in a position where we are trying to encourage people to landscape their property, to take pride in their property, to build up their property. And we've got a young couple down there that is trying to do just that. And they're dealing with an issue that doesn't seem to be getting resolved. And I've been asked by that resident to try and get something done with that, because it's delay after delay after delay.
So where did you say it's located?
Down at the end of Montagnus,
We were told last week that it was gonna be done with by Monday, Pat.
So is this discussion a part of your report?
No, it's gonna
no, it's not, but he brought up the stabilization of the bank down there, and that's an issue that's happening right there on that property.
This needs to come up with a development plan.
Yeah, that needs to come up.
Is that what we
If there's an
Okay,
issue here, then
we'll
we'll
talk
get it
about
up
it
there.
then. All right,
Councillor Dodson, is Dee one of the people that was questioning about her daughter?
oh yes,
Okay, as a matter of fact, she called me when I got back, and I did go into Robert this morning and asked him to go to Larry again and to find out as to why.
yeah, I talked to Robert about that today as well, and I was down there
Yeah.
with the municipal tech as well.
Okay, all right. So, okay, there being no further question, all in favor of the report?
Aye.
Carried?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before we proceed to the next, can we take a, 10-minute
break.
recess or a bathroom break or whatever?
No, we can't take a 10-minute break, but okay,
Well, can we take a 5-minute break?
5 minutes at most, okay, we'll be back. Turn my phone, I can turn that.
Well, okay, just like it.
We call Tony.
Let's see what's half fun and half there.
We're still on, so
We're still on.
yeah. Can't turn it off.
I'm at a council meeting, but we got a 5-minute break. I'm just wondering what is, any score in the hockey game? Okay, all right, okay. Okay, we're ready to resume the meeting, and next we'll go to the development planning and enforcement. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Development and Planning Committee met on July the 16th. Present were myself as chair, Councillor Thompson Hobbs, Engineer Randy Dillon, Municipal Technologist Brian Johnson, GIS Technologist Courtney Dunn via telephone, Community Council Larry Baker, Special Events Manager William Williams, and Executive Assistant Kathy Eddy, the Gretchen Town Manager, and Councillor Doug Lindens, who was away on vacation. The meeting was called to order at 12:05 p.m. We reviewed the previous minutes and action items, and there were no errors or omissions. During the meeting, we discussed a number of issues, including concerns brought forward by Carrington Co-op regarding its parking lot, which is directly adjacent to Abbott Drive. Actually, Abbott Drive runs pretty well through the parking lot. There have been many complaints of several accidents and incidents over the years in this area, and Co-op is interested in working with the town to address these ongoing parking concerns. The committee agreed something needs to be done to address this issue, and advised the town engineer to prepare a briefing note for the next committee meeting and implement possible actions. Town engineer advised that the request for proposals for the selection of a commissioner for the public hearings was finalized. I understand an RFP was issued this week, with August 17th as the closing date to receive proposals. I should get the note that's for the new town development plan. The intent is to name a commissioner during the August 25th public council meeting, with a public hearing planned for September. Municipal enforcement report was attached to the committee's package and reviewed. Constable Baker advised that problems continue to increase amongst transient population in the community, requiring him to prepare a separate complaints register. He noted that speeding continues to be a big concern in various areas of town, resulting in 27 stops during the month. The complaints report was included for the committee's review, along with the animal control report. There was also some discussion regarding nuisance buildings, particularly ongoing matters of concern regarding the property in the lower end of the valley. And we're hopeful that we will find a resolution in that soon. I'm not sure if the town manager can add anything to this.
Nothing new from yesterday.
Thank you. The next committee meeting is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, August 20th at 4 p.m. And Your Worship, I move that the committee's report be adopted as read.
I'll second that.
Been moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any discussion or questions on the report? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. You have a recommendation?
Yes, I have a number of recommendations. The first is a Crown land application for a residential grant. The committee recommends that council have no objection for the Crown lands application 156754 with the following conditions. It will be compliant with all the town's development regulations, and submission of a building permit application to provide to the town prior to the building the intended structure.
Second that.
Been moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions on the recommendation put forward? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carried.
Dome Mountain Quarry Permit, Markland Paving. Committee recommends council support and approve an application for Markland Paving for a quarry located at Dome Mountain with the following conditions. Compliance with all the town's development regulations, in particular section 59, and compliance with all other authorities having jurisdictional requirements.
I'll second that.
Moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions regarding the recommendation put forward? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Similarly, Your Worship, the committee recommends council support to approve an application from Labrador Ready Mix for a quarry located at the municipal landfill road with the following conditions. Compliance with all town's development regulations, in particular section 59, and compliance with all other authorities having jurisdictional requirements.
I'll second that.
Moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
The next recommendation is for variance. The committee recommends council support and approve an application from Mr. John Houlihan for a 9.9% yard variance for 4 Meany Mountain Road with the following conditions. That a foundation location certificate be submitted prior to a construction permit being issued, compliance with all the town's development regulations, that any required approvals by other authorities having jurisdiction for this type of product be obtained.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, carried.
Committee recommends council support and approve an application from Ms. Paula Parsons for a home-based business located at 39 Mitchell Street with the following conditions. That any use is limited to the use noted in the application only. That a fire and life safety inspection as per NFPA 101 be satisfactorily completed at the applicant's cost. That the applicant provide an application for a change of use at the applicant's cost. Compliance with all the town's development regulations with special reference to section 54. That any required approvals by other authorities having jurisdiction for this type of product be obtained.
I'll second that.
Being moved by Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
The committee recommends council support and approve an application for Ms. Joan Chason for a home-based business located at 2C K Street with the following conditions. That the maximum floor space usage in the accessory building cannot exceed 25% or a maximum of 55 square meters of the primary structure, whichever is met first. That a fire, life, and safety inspection as per NFPA 101 be satisfactorily completed at the applicant's cost. That the applicant provide an application for change of use at the applicant's cost, and that it be compliant with all the town's development regulations with special reference to section 54.
I'll second that.
Moved by Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Cran. Are there any discussion? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
17 River Crescent. The committee recommends council support approve an application from Joreen Maguna for a home-based business located at 17 River Crescent with the following conditions. That a fire and life safety inspection as per NFPA 101 be satisfactorily completed at the applicant's cost. That the applicant provide an application for a change of use at the applicant's cost. Compliance with all the town's development regulations with special reference to 54. And that any required approvals by other authorities have jurisdiction for this type of product be obtained.
I'll second that.
Are there any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
The Development Planning and Enforcement Committee recommends council support and approve an application from Ms. Sherry Jock for a home-based business located at an accessory building located at 20 Mitchell Street with the following conditions. That a fire and life safety inspection as per NFPA 101 be satisfactorily completed at the applicant's cost. That the applicant provide an application for change of use at the applicant's cost, and compliance with all the town's development regulations with special reference to section 54.
I'll second that.
Seconded, moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
That's it, Your Worship.
Okay. Next we'll move on to economic development, public engagement, and Councillor Schultz.
Thank you, Mayor. The Economic Development Public Engagement Committee met on Tuesday, July 7th at 12 noon. Present was myself, Councillor Compton Hobbs, Councillor Sean Crane, Town Manager Robert Andrews, Layla Williams, and Kathy Eddy. The meeting was called to order at 12:03. Review of previous minutes and action items found that there were no errors or omissions. With regards to public relations, the manager's report was attached for the committee's review, and the manager advised the committee that there continues to be a lot of activity related to COVID-19, which is expected. He also advised the committee that he is seeking input from the town engineer for RFP process to construct a new town website. This is after a lot of discussion over some problems with the present one. He said the last town council meeting was recorded through YouTube. It worked out very well. He said the virtual Canada Day celebrations were also through YouTube, and there were over 4,000 views. It was very positively received within the community, and hats off to the recreation crew and their committee for putting off that. The committee agreed that this is working well, and has advised that using YouTube going forward for all council meetings in the present COVID-19 pandemic climate. With regards to the economic development, the position is vacant. There is no report available for the department right now, but we they have been advised that the town manager is ranking, that the ranking is complete and anticipates a recommendation over the next few days. I'll be looking for a update on that within the next coming days. With regards to the discussion items, a lot of it centered around the wellness center daycare, that we asked for updates on with regards to the ability to open the wellness center without the daycare. We are hoping to get an update from Jason Brown for that within the next coming weeks. There's also discussion with regards to the situation with Wilburn Bay and Mr. Cabot. There was no new information presented, however, the committee has asked that the town manager contact MHA Trimper for an update on that. There will be no further business without a economic development officer, of course. The meeting was adjourned at 12:33, and the next meeting is scheduled for September as we follow suit and not have an August meeting. And I ask that the council accept this report as read.
I'll second that.
By Councillor Dodson, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? I did ask Perry Trimper too about Wilburn Bay. He told me that he had been in contact with the people and they were not willing to have or disclose or have any meetings until further. And I don't know how far this has advanced, but you know, I'm not sure. This is now, I think someone said the other day that this could be an issue, but I'm not sure. But Perry did reach out to the company, he told me, and they would not agree to meet with anyone until they were ready or had a plan in place.
I just wanted to speak on the wellness center. We keep talking about, Mayor, you especially keep talking about it's gonna cost us $500,000, $400,000, $300,000. We don't really know. I think it's gonna be budgeted for November of what the cost for the wellness center to operate it for half a year, because we're proposing April 2021 that the wellness center will open. But what I was gonna say is we've asked in CSR too for more clarification on the daycare center, because the daycare center right now is not gonna be open when the wellness center due in April, so there's gonna be a loss of revenue. So I think the public should be aware of that we may have an increase of the expenses for the wellness center, and that's the biggest part of the reason is there's not gonna be any revenue from the daycare if that is not open at the same time as the wellness center. So I think that's important to get out there. And if quicker we can get an update from YMCA, the better position we'll be in.
We were told a while ago when we were in the discussions that it is protocol that the center doesn't open without childcare services available. That's been kind of wishy-washy. We've heard some individuals say that that's the case, and we've heard some say that it's not the case. In any event, with the lack of daycare services locally, I think that's a very important thing, and it was the reason that we brought it to the committee last year to have that dealt with ahead of time, and it doesn't seem like we're a whole lot further ahead. So I would encourage the town to reach out to Jason Brown sooner rather than later, because we are already pretty much starting August now next week, and we still have no more information on that.
So, Council Hanman, when is the next meeting on the wellness center?
The second Friday, unless campaign. I asked Dominic to give me an update for August so I can bring it to the public meeting. So when I meet with them in August, and I only asked that again yesterday to get an update from the YMCA so I can bring it to the council in August.
Could we also get some from Jason regarding the daycare center as well?
Yeah, well, that's what I asked him, research, and the council wants to know where it's to, what's going on with it. And I think it's important too to say that we're talking about the wellness center, we all know that the roof collapsed up there on the swimming pool, so, and they had their CBC article that was opening in December, but that's not the case. We're proposing April, so maybe we can have that discussion too, right?
So are there any further questions for, Councillor Desmond? If not, all in favor of the report? Carried. We'll move on to finance and the, Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. The Finance Administration Policy Committee met on July 21st, 2020, and was called to order at 12:01 p.m. Those in attendance by in person were myself as chairman, Deputy Mayor Bert Crumrine, Town Manager Robert Andrews, CFO Lindsay McGowan, and Director of HR Craig Wallace, and SAT Phyllis Whalen, and Executive Assistant Kathy Eddy. Regrets, Councilor Dyson Edmonds. Committee met and reviewed June 15 minutes and noted there were no errors or omissions. The SAT advised committee that water shut-offs have been restored to property, who paid up to date or are making payment arrangements. There is one property scheduled for water shut-off. CFO advised committee that there will be a motion for the July council meeting for a tax sale with possibly up to 3 more. Once the motion is made, process will go ahead. Town received a memo from the Municipal Assessment Agency with the overview of 2020-22 target savings attrition management plan, 2021 valuation, travel insurance policy, aerial imagery, Claire Simmons scholarship, COVID-19 operation update whereby exterior property inspections only being done at this time until it is safe to and appropriate to do so for interior inspection. The FAPC committee discussed about the arena advertising discount, and it was felt that those who advertise around the arena board would be given a discount due to shutdown of the arena because of COVID-19 situation. The FAPC committee received a letter from a resident inquiring about when Morris Crescent will be paid to the end, but it appears that it's to be discussed with the developer, Glenn Nelsbury, to deal with this matter. Ms. Melissa Whalen, Supervisor Assessment Taxation, gave an update on the accounts receivable. To date for the year 2020, the town received a total of 137 low-income relief applications for 2020, 50 applications for 100% discount, 38 applications for 75% discount, 34 applications for 60% discount, and 15 applications for 25% discount. CFO gave departmental overtime and expense report. CFO also provided a document outlining business tax adjustment completed due to COVID-19. So far, 9 applicants took advantage of this tax adjustment. Refunds have been issued to 7 of the 9, while the other 2 received credits towards their 2020 taxes. A PSA will be going out again to remind businesses that this application fail on the town's website. The next meeting for FAPC will be held on September 14, 2020 at 4:30 p.m. There being no further business, the meeting adjourned at 1:01 p.m. And now I ask council to accept this report for record keeping with the town council public meeting dated July 28, 2020.
I'll second that.
They moved by, Councillor Baker, seconded by, Councillor Dyson. Is there any questions for
I got a question.
Councillor Baker?
Most of everything we talked about tonight was related to money. Can you get an estimate of how much property taxes is outstanding that's for the next meeting?
Sure.
So we can get an idea, because it's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars that is owed.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So, we could have put a road through tonight, and we've been putting pressure on these people the last year. We could have moved the road back, at the cost of $200,000. In my opinion, we just made the biggest mistake as a council, but that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to that. So I'd like to know what outstanding taxes is owed to the town from businesses and residential, so we got an idea.
I think asked the question too, I do believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, but, the outstanding money, that's on our books.
Yeah.
As
money respected.
as part of our budget.
It's not new money. It's still being.
Just point out anyway, sure,
But I will check.
There's,
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
okay, got a question for you. people who owe outstanding, taxes to the town.
Yes.
Is that included in our part of our budget?
Yes.
So, and even like the back taxes from people like businesses and residential, all that money is a lump sum of money that's included in the budget?
And not the back taxes of arrears, but that is included in the finance package in the council package.
Okay, so what I'm looking for,
There's a monthly report that shows the, financial data on all the arrears.
okay, so what I'm looking for, we can get this to next meeting, is the total of arrears that's owed to the town.
I will bring that next meeting.
Okay, are there any further questions for, Councillor Bakey's report? There being none, all in favor of the report?
Aye.
Carried. And
Sorry.
you have recommendations?
Who seconded that?
Before I do the recommendation, we do the approval of the check.
Or
I need to do the approval of checks.
After the recommendation.
after the recommendations?
After the recommendation?
Yeah.
Oh. I thought I did approval of the check. Okay, sorry. Finance Administration Committee recommends the council approve a discount for arena advertising 2019-2020 season customers to a maximum of $287.50 per customer.
I second that.
Been moved by, Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor, Vice-Minister. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
Carried.
The FAP Committee recommends council deny the request for property tax relief based on policy statement F0009.
One second.
Be moved by Councillor.
Oh, may I jump in just 1 minute?
Yes.
I need to identify the tax relief number.
Oh,
So the property tax relief 081300. The FAP Committee recommends council deny the request for property tax relief based on policy statement F0009.
Be moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Are there any questions on the motion put forward?
I just wanna say that, any senior that comes to the town with extenuating circumstances, whether their grandmother, their daughter, their son, whoever owns the house, doesn't matter to me, but if a senior, comes to the town and makes $21,000 a year, I fully support the senior that's, looking for, a relief on paying the property tax. It doesn't matter to me who owns the house, it's a senior that's bringing herself forward with their circumstances, and I fully support that senior.
Are there any further questions on the recommendation put forward? There being none, all in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
Against? The vote will show that Councillor Vice-Minister, Councillor Bakey, did you?
I didn't vote against it.
No, four.
Oh,
You have Councillor Vice-Minister, Councillor Bakey, Councillor Cran, Councillor Pomeroy, and Mayor Anderson voted, and Councillor Palmer has voted against it. Okay, carry on.
Business tax exemption request 0795740001. The FAP Committee recommends council deny the Labrador Friendship Center's request for business tax exemption for 2020.
Been moved by Councillor Bakey, seconded by
I'll second that.
Councillor Grant. Are there any discussion on the recommendation? There being none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Carried.
Tax sale, be it resolved that the town of Valley-Goose Bay approves the place of residential real property situated at 20 Montagus Road up for auction pursuant to section 141 of the Municipalities Act 1999 in order to recover the taxes owing on the property and all expenses the town will incur in the selling process.
It's been moved by Councillor Bakey, seconded by Councillor Pomeroy. Are there any questions on the recommendation put forward? There being none, all in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
Carried.
The FAP committee recommends council approve, BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 Maxwell Bentley in the amount of $1,500.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions on the recommendation? There being none, all in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
Carried.
BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Gears Game Fitness Center in the amount of $1,119.83.
I'll second that.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
Carried.
Business tax adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Rydex Construction in the amount of $598.49.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions?
Just for birdhouse, councillor? Birdhouse garden market?
That's not at that one
Oh, okay, I thought you said bride house. Sorry.
yet. She said
Right.
right.
Right out construction.
Sorry.
Okay.
Forgive me.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Carried.
The BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Birdhouse Garden Market in the amount of $789.08.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions on the recommendation? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Cartwright Drilling in the amount of $569.84.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Cran. Are there any questions on the recommendation? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Realty Professional Remax in the amount of $351.11.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Cran. Are there any questions? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Carried.
And BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to TM Auto in the amount of $801.09.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Pomeroy. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
BT adjustment COVID-19.
All
The
in favor of the
FAP
motion?
committee recommends
Carried.
council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to TOS Signs Incorporated in the amount of $839.03.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Cran. Are there any questions on the recommendation put forward? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Mobley Travel in the amount of $288.54.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by
I'll second
Councillor
it.
Cran. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor? Aye. Carried.
BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Graphics Pub and Eatery in the amount of $499.37.
I'll second it.
Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Pomeroy. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
All in favor of the recommendation? Carried.
BT adjustment COVID-19. The FAP committee recommends council approve business tax adjustment due to COVID-19 to Mortgage Alliance in the amount of $75.
Been moved by Councillor Vickers, seconded by Councillor Conroy. Are there any questions?
That must be how many businesses. It must be overburdened or the amount's kind of low.
Wow.
No, it's not, it's irrelevant. I mean, I'm just curious. That's all. I see. Give me the answer afterwards.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Are there any further questions? All in favor of the recommendation?
Aye.
Carried.
Now I'd like to submit my proof of the check.
Yes.
I would like to submit for approval of the amount of $1,621,728.34.
Been moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Dyson-Edmonds. Are there any questions? I've got one on July 28, check number 022243, Labrador Diving Services.
I'll make reference to, Métis and Innu.
Okay, Métis, can you answer that?
Hi there, I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
That was for underwater inspection of the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Are there any further questions on the check run? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so finish up now with Councillor's forum, and we'll start, I do believe,
On this side, isn't it?
No, road side.
yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, it's one thing, Your Worship, I just want to throw a bouquet to our firefighters. I arrived at the scene of the fire early last week sometime, and there's nobody around the house, the back of the house was in flames, and I made a call to for emergency personnel, and I would venture, everybody had it so quickly, there were still people in the house at the time, and the response was beyond magnificent. It was like within 4 minutes, the crews started showing up, and our fire chief commanded the whole operation. Everybody knew exactly what they had to do. And the fortunate thing that the house wasn't safe, but it's unfortunate, but there was no loss of life. And the crews and the RCMP and our community council, they all pulled together and worked like a very well-oiled machine. I must say, very, very impressive scene. I just want to throw it to you.
Councillor Cron.
I don't have a whole lot. Matter of fact, I got nothing to say now. I'm just gonna pass it on to Councillor Baker.
Councillor Baker.
So I just want to say thank you to Lawrence Bryan Center staff and Wayland Winds and musicians who contribute to the Canada Day virtual presentation. The Wellness Center is moving along, and I look forward to seeing Dave in the next coming months and next year. Thank you.
Councillor Dyson-Edmonds.
I don't have a whole lot to say, but I do want to go back to the issue that we talked about a few minutes ago before we close off for the day, and that's the issue of the property down on the lower end of Hamilton River Road. I'm increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress on something that I was told would be dealt with before I left on the 15th. I feel that this young couple is not being given the respect that they should be given in their ability to landscape their yard. They seem to be coming up with excuse after excuse why things aren't happening the way they were supposed to happen in the first place. And to be completely honest, the fact that the property in question belongs to one of our employees makes it even more disturbing. and they are at their wits' end, their family is at their wits' end, and when I left on the 15th of this month, I left with the impression that this was gonna be dealt with. And to hear the frustration in their voices today, and have to go down there again, and be told once again, there's another delay, or we gotta wait for this, or we gotta wait for that. And I've said it before, call a spade, get it done, and still not being done. And we are supposed to be, we're looking at landscaping regulations for the town as a whole, and we've got a young couple here that's trying to beautify their property, and it's just delay after delay. And as far as I'm concerned, we're dropping the ball again. And I'm getting increasingly frustrated that there's employees that are trying to get movement on this, and I'm just getting excuse after excuse, and I'm not happy with it. And I said I would bring it forward to the council meeting tonight, because I think that it's coming to a point now where something that should have been dealt with last year. Next week we're into August. How much landscaping are you gonna get done now? So what do you do in a situation like that when you don't feel that what you're being told is being carried out is getting delay after delay? I think, and I've said it before, to me, it stinks of nepotism that this is happening, and it's a town employee, and it seems to be allowed to happen. I don't agree with that.
I know we don't normally speak to or response to a lot of people saying those is wrong, but I too went down and I met with a young girl, and that was before I was traveling, and when I got back this morning, I got a call from a person involved with it, and said that, you know, that it's pushback. And I told her that I did, and I didn't go through today because, and I need to get back there because, you know, I called her and said, yeah, I was down to see your daughter, and that I brought it to the appropriate people, and I was told it was going to be dealt with. So, Robert, I'm not sure if you can give us the latest as to where this stands.
The latest I have as of today, we did have staff down to visit the site this afternoon. The property in question, and there was an indication that there was material still on the complainant's property belonging to the neighbor. The visit by staff and report that I got in the day today is that is not the case. The material that was on the complainant's property has been removed. That is one of several points of complaint. There is other material that exists outside of the property boundaries to the rear, which is still not been addressed as of this afternoon. There is material on the recipient's property that still requires addressing. So we did have a visit there this afternoon. The recipient had been away, returning today is my understanding, and we'll be looking at confirming communication dates tomorrow with the prospect of issuing an official order.
And was there some talk that the person was given an extension?
The report that I had received last week from staff was that there had been a communicated or an agreed date that was provided by the recipient, and that date was not met, where all of the matters were complete. One of was, and staff did advise that they had given an extension of 7 days to the resident, and that 7 days would have expired. I will recheck the dates and confirm that tomorrow, that either expired today or will expire tomorrow.
I don't understand in this particular case, and maybe I'm missing on what the policy or the protocols are, but when you have what is nothing short of a junkyard, an environmental issue in somebody's yard that's bordering on Hamilton River, I think it's a bigger issue there. And I know that our municipal enforcement has been dealing with issues around town where there's been junkyards and properties where there's dozens and dozens of beat up vehicles that are leaking fuel into the ground, and you have something happening right on the riverbank down there, where there's hydraulics and oil and tanks and you name it, and you get an extension because the area should be cleaned up. So this couple is landscaping their property. They have it cleared off, and they've got to look out, not at the river that they bought this piece of property for, but they have to look out at this junk pile that's at the end, and that's all right. I don't think in any state that it's all right that it's allowed to happen. And by moving the junkyard over further, still junkyard.
Yeah,
and
probably
still,
like,
and the environmental department, I think, is going to take a look at this, because when you've got that type of equipment bordering on a riverbank, then I think that warrants being charged by the Department of the Environment, and that they will be looking into it.
Robert, the next question is, who of our staff would give him the exemption?
I was advised by municipal enforcement last week that he had given that extension to the property.
But that expired yesterday, right?
Myself and the Montector are rechecking the dates. I believe that to be today, which would have been the date that the recipient or the respondent was due to return from out of town.
Okay, so will you be talking with our municipal enforcement officer tomorrow?
Myself and the municipal tech have requested some information from the enforcement officer who was away until the 5th of August. And we want to establish some of those dates and timelines because we are preparing to issue an order.
So when can council expect an answer as to when the property is going to be cleaned up? Well, whatever the neighbor next door has to remove or whatever from the property, that's one thing. Then there may be other issues with some of the things that I mentioned, lying on the riverbank. But right now, right now, the question is for the young couple, as I was told by that, as of this morning, they were getting topsoil dropped out, and they had people ready to go, and yet the person who was supposed to clean it up didn't do his commitment.
That is correct. However, a visit by the municipal technologist today did confirm that any of the offending material that was on the complainant's property has been removed and should not prevent them from doing the work that they wish to do. It does not complete the visible complaint or visual problem that the resident has, and that is still being worked on.
Well, the bottom line, I think, lies with the fact that the property needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be cleaned up, and the notice that they were given expired today or yesterday, whether it was today or yesterday. But there hasn't been any movement on that, and we seem to be sitting by and allowing this to happen. And is it because it's a town employee? That's the perception, and it doesn't look good, and it doesn't sit well with me that it's an eyesore down there. It can be I think it's an environmental issue. It will be dealt with by the environmental department, no doubt. But at the same time, we're trying to encourage people to beautify their property and to look after their property and to clean up the junk that's around their property. But we have somebody sitting on the payroll that the rules don't apply to.
Robert, you say you got a follow-up tomorrow?
Got a follow-up scheduled with the municipal technologist tomorrow morning. Because we will be confirming the dates as to what was agreed and either met or not.
And can you email all of council tomorrow once you've had your meeting with your?
As soon as we receive those date confirmations, council can be on. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Cavanagh.
So I'll just add to that, in the development planning meeting, we were told, as of yesterday, that it would be cleaned up, because I had complaints too from them, and, actually reached back and said that we were told by town staff that the issue will be dealt with as of yesterday. So I'm still getting complaints too, and my other concern with that is that, there's complaint about, the alders and the brush there on Justin Avenue, and it's from the same people. So, I hope that's not put on the back burner, not dealt with, the Justin Avenue senior, the one we talked about, municipal services. Because it's two complaints from the same group of people, so, we need to get on top of that one too. Make sure that alders and brush are clear back. I thought they mentioned fence, I don't know whose responsibility that is, but we need to deal with it either way. These people are tax-paying people, and they got legitimate concerns that need to be dealt with. That property should have been cleaned yesterday, why it's not, is beyond me. Anyway, the other thing I was gonna mention is, Kellen Drive, we talked lengthy on that tonight. I'm quite disgusted with the way it went. That's my opinion. I have a right to that. I'm disappointed, and, I spoke up for the people. I got no more fight left in me on Kellen Drive. I've done my best for the people, and I think they know that. And when they start coming knocking on the doors to the issues that they're dealing with down there, I can proudly put my hand up and say, I tried, I told you so, I tried to tell you. So I'm glad it's all on record tonight, and when it do come up in 1 year, 5 years, 6 months, 10 years, whenever, there's issues, the tractor trailers barreling down Kellen Drive, and, speed on Kellen Extension, and dust, and the trails are all ruined, and skidoos can't do this, and skidoos can't do that, and ATVs can't do this. I'm glad that it's all on record, and, the people can come knocking on the doors that didn't support it tonight. I want to talk about, the flowers in the poles and the flowers in front of, the town hall. I did put a post on it and praise up the CSR department, because I think they got a great job done. I've heard a lot of positive feedback, from the community on the flowers in the poles, and that's a new thing the past few years. So it makes it, beautifies the town, so good on the, hats off to the community service and recreation department who's done all that work, and obviously I had to water them quite often because it has been a kind of a hot summer, so, lots of work involved there. I wanna mention Joe, obviously, you know, we miss Joe here on the council, and, wish him well. Hope he's doing, okay with his, next stage of treatment. And I wanna talk about my friend, Michelle Pollard, who was, killed in a car accident a couple nights ago. She's a longtime resident of Goose Bay. She's, 51 years old, and, her parents are longtime residents, and Mary, you know them, Lee and Leah Pollard, who raised her family on Kirkwood Crescent. Michelle recently moved to the island, less than a year ago with her partner, and, was tragically killed in a car accident, Saturday night. So I want to send my condolences to all that family for sure. Thinking about her often the past few days. And, that's it.
Thank you, and I'm going to be very brief with that. My traveling has taken me up for the last 2.5 weeks. I think that pretty well wanted to conquer now, and I'm out on one trip for 2 days on the South Coast sometime. But, you know, last thing I want to say is on the Kellen Drive issue that I did tonight address the people, and I gave the reasons why I voted for option 2. And if I deep down inside, I gave an honest answer as to why I went with option 2. And I will sit down with any resident who don't like the decision, and I will talk to them and tell them again that I did it in the best interest of the whole town. So that being said and done, I call for a meeting. Second by Councillor Cavanagh, second by Councillor Vick. All in favor?
Aye, yes.
Carried.
Tom,
It's 10:49.